Chapter 981. Hail the Shadow Clan. The rooftop garden, bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight, was a tranquil oasis nestled high above the island. Lush foliage adorned the surroundings, with vibrant flowers blooming in an array of colors. The fragrance of jasmine and roses perfumed the air, adding an ethereal touch to the scene. The garden offered a breathtaking panoramic view of the vast ocean stretching out into the distance, its waves crashing against the shore in a mesmerizing rhythm. Arya, concealed behind the veil of her disguise, positioned herself near a water fountain at the center of the garden. The fountain's crystal-clear water cascaded down sculpted tiers, creating a soothing melody that harmonized with the tranquil atmosphere. She knew that Isaiah, drawn to the garden's serene beauty, would seek solace here and momentarily let his guard down. With her senses honed, Arya remembered the teachings of her mentor, Michael, echoing in her mind. Physical training is key, he had emphasized. Adaptability is crucial in an assassination. You must become one with your surroundings, capable of blending in and maneuvering in any given situation. Taking a deep breath, Arya submerged herself in the water fountain, her body concealed beneath the shimmering liquid. With precise control, she regulated her breathing, silently becoming one with the aquatic haven. She waited, her senses attuned, for the approach of her target. In her mind, she replayed Michael's words. An assassin must adapt swiftly to unforeseen circumstances. No situation should catch you off guard. Your ability to think on your feet and utilize your environment is paramount. Suddenly, footsteps echoed on the rooftop, drawing closer with each passing second. Arya's heart quickened, but she maintained her composure, her trained instincts guiding her every move. Isaiah Markham, the man whose life hung in the balance, emerged into view. Isaiah stood tall, his dark complexion contrasting against the moonlit backdrop. His physique bore the marks of wealth and indulgence, with a slight paunch accentuating his muscular frame. His eyes, filled with a sense of self-assuredness, swept across the garden, taking in the tranquil scenery. The stage was set, the players in position. Arya watched Isaiah approach, her eyes hidden beneath the surface of the water. She remained poised, her presence undetected, waiting for the opportune moment to fulfill her deadly task. The air was charged with anticipation, as the moon continued to cast its ethereal glow over the clandestine scene in the rooftop garden. From her hidden vantage point beneath the water's surface, Arya's gaze remained fixed on Isaiah, her senses attuned to his every movement. However, to her surprise, another figure emerged into the rooftop garden, disrupting the tranquility she had meticulously planned for. It wasn't one of Isaiah's wives, as she had anticipated, but a formidable orc. The orc stood tall, his red skin a stark contrast against the moonlit backdrop. His muscular physique bore the scars of battles fought, and his face adorned with intricate face paints and tribal tattoos that spoke of his fierce nature. A primal aura surrounded him, emanating strength and intimidation. As the orc approached Isaiah, a shiver ran down the lord's spine, his previous composure faltering in the face of this formidable presence. Isaiah's gaze met the orc's eyes, filled with a mixture of trepidation and uncertainty. The weight of the orc's presence seemed to hang heavy in the air, suffocating the once peaceful atmosphere of the rooftop garden. Arya watched intently, her mind racing to adapt to this unforeseen development. She could feel the tension building, her training reminding her to remain patient and alert. Every moment was crucial, every action calculated. But for now, she observed silently, biding her time until the opportune moment presented itself. The scene unfolded with a sense of unease as Isaiah and the imposing orc shared the bench, their presence a stark juxtaposition against the tranquil surroundings of the garden. Arya, hidden beneath the water's surface, became acutely aware of the stakes rising. She steeled herself, ready to seize the moment when the balance of power would tip in her favor. But for now, she remained submerged, her senses keen, awaiting the right moment to strike. As Arya observed the unsettling interaction between Isaiah and the intimidating orc, her mind drew upon another of Michael's invaluable lessons. She recalled his words, echoing in her thoughts with unwavering clarity. An assassin must always be prepared for their plan to fail. Michael's voice resounded in her mind. The difference between a good assassin and the best assassin lies in their ability to adapt and turn each obstacle into an opportunity. No situation is without its hidden advantages if you know where to look. Arya embraced this wisdom, letting it fuel her determination. She recognized that even in this unforeseen turn of events, there was potential for her mission to succeed. Every challenge presented an opening, a chance to exploit weaknesses and achieve her goal. The rough voice of the orc cut through the tense silence of the rooftop garden, devoid of any sympathy. "We're cleaning house, tying loose ends," he gruffly stated, his words laced with a sense of impending finality. Isaiah's terrified expression betrayed his desperation as he pleaded for his life. "Please spare me." Isaiah's voice trembled, desperation dripping from every word. "I can give you anything you want. Money, power, whatever you desire. Just let me live." The orc's response was cold and unforgiving. "We've already begun the next phase," he declared, his tone devoid of mercy. "But before we move forward, we must close the previous chapter." Arya's heart quickened with anticipation, recognizing the significance of the orc's words. The mention of closing the previous chapter indicated a potential vulnerability that she could exploit. It was a window of opportunity, a chance to strike when their attention was divided. As Isaiah's pleas fell on deaf ears, the scene became a delicate dance between life and death. Arya's resolve hardened, her focus honed on the unfolding situation. Arya's eyes widened in astonishment as the unexpected events unfolded before her. To her surprise, the orc's grip tightened around Isaiah's neck, despite the latter's desperate struggle. In one swift motion, the orc snapped Isaiah's neck, granting him a painless death. The sight sent a chill down Arya's spine, witnessing such brutality executed with chilling efficiency. However, Arya's shock intensified as the orc rose to his feet and uttered the words that reverberated through the air. "Hail the Shadow Clan." The mention of this mysterious clan struck a chord of curiosity within Arya's mind. She had never heard of them before, their names shrouded in secrecy and unknown to her. But the scene took an even more perplexing turn as the orc retrieved a glowing dark crystal from within his pocket. A sinister aura emanated from the crystal, captivating Arya's attention. With a firm grip, the orc crushed the crystal, releasing a plume of swirling smoke that rose into the air. As Arya watched in awe, the smoke merged with the orc's body, seeping into his very being. It was an unsettling sight, as if the essence of life itself was being transferred. And then, just as abruptly as it began, the light of life left the orc's body. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless and devoid of the mysterious force that had animated him moments ago. Arya's mind raced with questions and confusion. The significance of a shadow clan and the nature of the dark crystal remained a mystery to her. Yet, she understood that this unexpected turn of events had opened a new chapter in her mission. She would need to uncover the truth behind the Shadow Clan, their motives, and their connection to Isaiah. With a renewed sense of purpose, Arya made a silent vow to unravel this enigma, even if it meant delving into the darkest depths of intrigue and danger. The mission had taken an unforeseen turn, but her determination burned brighter than ever. Arya's heart pounded in her chest as she emerged from the water and rushed towards the bodies, desperate to gather any clues that could shed light on the mysterious events that had just unfolded. Her mind raced, piecing together the fragments of the puzzle. However, as she approached the lifeless body of the orc, a sudden and unexpected occurrence disrupted her investigation. A brilliant, eerie purple flame ignited around the orc's corpse, engulfing it in its otherworldly glow. A sense of foreboding washed over Arya as she watched in awe and confusion. Before her very eyes, The flames consumed the orc's remains until there was nothing left but fading embers. It was as if whatever secrets the orc held had been eradicated, leaving behind only lingering questions. Yet, Arya had little time to dwell on this peculiar turn of events. The tranquility of the rooftop garden was shattered by the piercing toll of alarm bells that resonated throughout the island. The island's security mechanism had detected the absence of Isaiah's life force and swiftly activated the alarm, alerting the guards. Clad in their formidable armor, the soldiers rushed into the garden with weapons drawn and fear etched on their faces. Their voices echoed with shock and disbelief as they beheld their lifeless lord, their shouts intertwining with each other in a chaotic chorus. Amidst the commotion, their attention turned to Arya, disguised as a maid. "Stop! What have you done?" One of the guards bellowed, his voice filled with accusation and anger. Arya's muscles tensed, ready to defend herself against the impending onslaught. But just as she was about to engage in battle, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. It was the Dark Lord's voice, resonating with authority and wisdom. "Don't fight them, Arya," the voice whispered. "Use your teleportation scroll to escape. Live to fulfill your mission." Arya's eyes widened in surprise as the Dark Lord's words echoed in her thoughts. She knew she had to heed his guidance. With a swift and calculated movement, she reached into her hidden pouch and retrieved the teleportation scroll. She activated the scroll. In a flash of mystical energy, she vanished from the garden, leaving the bewildered guards behind. As she reappeared in a hidden location, Arya's mind raced with a mixture of relief and determination. The encounter with the orc, the discovery of Isaiah's lifeless body, and the Dark Lord's message all converged into a singular purpose: to uncover the truth, fulfill her mission, and ultimately bring justice to those responsible. Meanwhile, in the manor of Ingram, tension hung heavy in the air as Adelia adamantly refused to let Ingram take any part in Gaia's life. The room was filled with their icy silence, their gazes locked in a battle of wills. Adelia stood tall and unwavering, her determination shining through her eyes. "I won't allow you to ruin her life any further," Adelia declared, her voice filled with a mixture of anger and resentment. "You abandoned her when she needed you the most. You have no right to be a part of her world now." Ingram's face contorted with pain, his eyes pleading for understanding. "Adelia, I've made mistakes, I admit that. But I've changed. I've spent centuries trying to protect her from the darkness that lurks out there." Adelia scoffed, her voice laced with bitterness. "Protect her? You, an elder vampire working for Dagon, the ruler of hell. You abandoned her when she was just a baby. Don't you dare claim to be her protector now." Ingram's voice grew desperate, his words aching with remorse. "I did what I had to do to keep her safe. You have no idea the sacrifices I've made, the battles I've fought. One day, Adelia, I will make you see. I will make up for everything." Before Adelia could retort, a sudden shift in the atmosphere caught her attention. A powerful force was approaching, one that sent shivers down her spine. She recognized it immediately and knew what it meant. Azazel, the Dark Lord's demon butler, was drawing near. Adelia's heart raced with both fear and relief. She wanted Azazel to arrive, not the Dark Lord himself. She knew Azazel had his own agenda, and she hoped he could be persuaded to capture Ingram without revealing his true allegiance to the Dark Lord. She couldn't risk the Dark Lord discovering Ingram's identity as an elder vampire and the knowledge that he had abandoned Gaia. With an icy calmness, Adelia turned to Ingram, her eyes never wavering. "You will do nothing, Ingram," she stated coldly. "I am about to capture you and send you somewhere you won't be able to intervene in Gaia's life any longer. This is the consequence of your actions." Ingram's face twisted with a mix of shock and anger, but Adelia paid him no heed. She had no love left for him, only anger and a desire to protect their daughter from his tainted influence. Her plan was set, and she awaited Azazel's arrival, knowing that he would ensure Ingram's capture. Deep down, Adelia knew that Azazel's presence signaled danger, but she couldn't risk the greater threat that the Dark Lord posed. Her focus was on safeguarding Gaia's future, even if it meant sacrificing any lingering shards of affection she once held for the man before her. Adelia's mind raced with conflicting emotions as she anxiously awaited Azazel's arrival. Her loyalty to the Dark Lord remained steadfast, and she knew that Gaia was a cherished being in his eyes. Adelia couldn't bear the thought of jeopardizing her daughter's position in the Dark Lord's realm, but she also didn't wish for Ingram's life to be extinguished by the Dark Lord's wrath. Ingram's true identity as an elder vampire, working under Dagon, the ruler of Hell, made him a dangerous and potent adversary. Adelia was well aware of his formidable power, one that surpassed her own. She knew that engaging in a direct confrontation with Ingram would be not only futile, but also potentially lethal for her. Azazel, on the other hand, was an entity she could manipulate to serve her purpose. As the Dark Lord's demon butler, Azazel held a certain level of allegiance to Adelia due to her high status within the Dark Army. She hoped that by summoning Azazel instead of the Dark Lord, she could maintain some semblance of control over the situation. Adelia yearned for Azazel's arrival, for she knew that he possessed the strength and skill to subdue Ingram. His demonic abilities, coupled with his unwavering loyalty to the Dark Lord, would make him the perfect instrument to capture Ingram without resorting to fatal measures. After dealing with Ingram, Adelia made the firm decision to unveil the hidden truths she had concealed from Gaia and the Dark Lord. Her loyalty to the Dark Lord compelled her to relinquish any lingering secrets, as she no longer wished to keep anything from him. Adelia was determined to come clean and lay bare the entirety of her knowledge, sparing no details, for she believed in unwavering transparency and honesty within their relationship. Chapter 982, Vampire Death Squad versus Michael I. While Arya and Azazel were on their mission, Ricky ventured through the empty hall. He noticed dwarves diligently working on the ceiling. Parchments and cloth covered various areas of the hall, indicating ongoing renovations. Unexpectedly, in the center of the hall, he came across the members of the Vampire Death Squad, taking a break and engaged in a lively conversation. Ricky couldn't help but feel surprised to see all the elite killers gathered in one place. Normally, they trained individually in different locations on the floating mountain. However, fate had brought them together in this moment. "Look who's here," chuckled Grey Wolf, the dwarf, teasing Ricky playfully. Ricky waved his hand in acknowledgement, a smile on his face. "When are you going to convince the Dark Lord to build us a tavern?" "Ricky," growled Bear, his deep voice resonating through the hall. Ricky contemplated for a moment, considering the suggestion. "A tavern, huh? It may not be at the top of my priority list, but perhaps I can find a way to squeeze it in," Ricky replied with a hint of amusement. Just a couple of years ago, if he had encountered these formidable assassins, he would have been trembling with fear. But after serving the Dark Lord for nearly 3 years, Ricky had grown accustomed to facing formidable beings. After all, the Dark Queen would give him a stern reprimand if she ever found out he was scared of someone. Suddenly, Spider called out to Ricky, interrupting his thoughts. He turned his attention towards the alluring blonde vampire. "Hey, Ricky," she beckoned, her voice carrying a mixture of intrigue and curiosity. "We're having a friendly bet. Care to join in?" Spider asked, her voice filled with mischief and intrigue. Ricky, intrigued by the proposition, walked towards Spider and the rest of the Vampire Death Squad. The members of the squad couldn't help but grin at Spider's invitation. Meanwhile, the dwarves working on the construction project seemed terrified, fully aware of what the bet entailed. Curiosity piqued, Ricky asked, "What's the bet about?" He couldn't help but notice the seductive smile on Spider's face, and he knew from experience that trouble often followed when an alluring beauty like her was involved. After his recent breakup with Olivia, Ricky had decided to steer clear of such entanglements. "We're betting on who among us would have a better chance of defeating the Dark Lord if he had no cultivation power," Spider revealed, her words hanging in the air. Ricky's eyes widened in shock at the audacity of the wager. However, he quickly frowned, considering the nature of the bet. In the Dark Army, conversations like these were commonplace. Even the weakest soldier in the Dark Army harbored the imagination of challenging the higher-ranking members. They were well aware that they would be swiftly defeated if they dared to try, but it didn't stop them from indulging in such fantasies. It was only natural for these elite killers to ponder what would happen if they were to face the Dark Lord on equal terms. Ricky understood that, despite the inherent dangers, such discussions were part of the norm in the Dark Army. "Everyone knows it'd be me," Bear growled in his rough voice, his hand instinctively gripping his trusty axe. His confidence was evident, as he believed he possessed the strength to overcome the Dark Lord. Snake, the expert in poisoning techniques, shook his head and remained aloof from the conversation. He knew his skills lay in stealth and cunning rather than direct confrontation. Besides, being a fox, he was well aware of the vast power gap that separated him from the Dark Lord. Ricky, eager to avoid the discussion altogether, attempted to walk away. However, Spider grabbed hold of his sleeve, preventing his escape. With a seductive tone, she implored him, "Come on, Ricky. Don't be a coward. You can share your thoughts with us. I promise I won't bite." Ricky glanced at the expectant faces of the Death Squad members, realizing they wouldn't let him off the hook so easily. Reluctantly, he replied, "Well, my answer might not be what you want to hear." Curiosity piqued. White Wolf, an elf, pressed, "What is it, Ricky?" Ricky took a deep breath before responding. "The Dark Lord, obviously. He can overpower any one of you, with or without his cultivation power." The truth hung in the air, a sobering reminder of the Dark Lord's unrivaled might. The Death Squad members exchanged skeptical glances, clearly unconvinced by Ricky's statement. Bear scoffed and retorted, "You underestimate us, Ricky. Without his fancy magic, we have a real shot at taking down the Dark Lord in a head-on fight." White Wolf, the elf, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Ricky. We've honed our skills and trained relentlessly. We're not to be taken lightly. Even the Dark Lord has his vulnerabilities." Spider, the alluring beauty with seductive charm, couldn't resist joining the conversation. She stepped forward, a confident smirk gracing her lips. "I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss us, Ricky. My swordsmanship might even rival the Dark Lord's own. I've devoted years perfecting my technique, and I have the speed and agility to match his every move." The other members of the Death Squad nodded, their confidence mounting. Each had their own reasons to believe they could best the Dark Lord. Grey Wolf, the dwarf, chimed in, "Don't forget my mastery of close combat. I've taken on opponents twice my size and come out victorious. The Dark Lord won't intimidate me." Bear flexed his bulging muscles and grinned, "And he'll bring the full force of my strength. With one swing of my axe, even the Dark Lord will feel its impact." Ricky raised an eyebrow, still skeptical but intrigued by their unwavering confidence. He realized that they truly believed in their abilities. Despite his doubts, Ricky respected their determination and ambition. "Well," Ricky replied, his tone laced with caution, "I suppose it's good to have such confidence. Just remember, the Dark Lord is not to be underestimated. His experience, skills, and sheer power make him a formidable opponent. But if you're willing to put it to the test, who am I to stand in your way?" The Death Squad members shared triumphant smiles, eagerly anticipating the prospect of proving themselves against the Dark Lord. Their conversation took an exciting turn as they began discussing strategies, training regimens, and hypothetical scenarios where they could face the Dark Lord head-on. Meanwhile, Ricky couldn't help but wonder if their boldness was fueled by genuine belief or perhaps a touch of overconfidence. Only time would tell if their aspirations would lead to triumph or humbling defeat. "Why don't we have a friendly duel then?" A calm voice echoed through the hall, catching the attention of the Death Squad members. They turned their gazes towards the door, their eyes widening in surprise as they saw the Dark Lord himself entering with an amused smile playing on his lips. Contrary to Ricky's expectations, the Death Squad members appeared pumped and excited instead of being consumed by fear. Their lack of trepidation, even in the presence of the Dark Lord, surprised Ricky. He understood that these individuals were the most skilled and experienced killers, unfazed by mere intimidation. It took more than that to rattle their composed demeanor. Ricky swiftly bowed as the Dark Lord approached, patting him on the back in a reassuring manner. Michael's gaze shifted towards the Death Squad members, his expression a mix of amusement and curiosity. "I must say, I admire your confidence," the Dark Lord spoke, his voice resonating with power. "And I am obliged to satisfy your thirst for curiosity, am I not?" The Death Squad members exchanged glances, their excitement palpable. It was a rare opportunity to showcase their skills before the very being they had sworn loyalty to. Spider stepped forward, a glint of determination in her eyes. "We would be honored, my lord," she replied, her voice steady and resolute. "To have a chance to test our mettle against you would be the greatest challenge we could ask for." The Dark Lord's smile widened, his gaze shifting from one member to another. He seemed genuinely intrigued by their proposition. This unexpected turn of events had brought an air of exhilaration to the hall, as the prospect of witnessing the clash between the Dark Lord and his elite killers loomed before them. Ricky watched in awe as the stage was set for an extraordinary confrontation. He couldn't help but wonder how this encounter would unfold and what it would reveal about the true extent of the Death Squad's capabilities. Little did he know that this friendly duel would not only test their skills, but also deepen their bond with their enigmatic leader, the Dark Lord himself. "Go bring Eladir to me, Ricky," commanded Michael, his voice carrying a sense of authority. Ricky nodded in response and quickly made his way to find Eladir, one of the Dark Lord's trusted advisors. He located Eladir in his study, engrossed in ancient texts, and relayed the Dark Lord's request. Eladir followed Ricky back to the hall, curiosity etched on his face. As they entered, he scanned the scene, taking in the animated conversations and the palpable energy that filled the air. Eladir approached Michael, his brows furrowed in puzzlement. "What is going on here, my lord?" Eladir inquired, his voice laced with intrigue. Michael's eyes sparkled with amusement as he explained, "The Death Squad members had an interesting proposition. They wanted to have a friendly duel among themselves, betting on who has the chance to defeat me." Eladir's eyes widened in surprise, his gaze shifting towards the Death Squad members who were now preparing themselves for the impending challenge. It was not every day that the Dark Lord entertained such requests, but he understood the importance of fostering camaraderie and testing their mettle. "I see." Eladir nodded, his interest piqued. "And how do you plan to proceed, my lord?" A mischievous smile danced on Michael's lips as he revealed his plan. "I want you to create an array around the hall, one that will prevent spellcasting. This way, they can engage me on fair grounds without relying on magical abilities." Eladir nodded in understanding, acknowledging the fairness of the arrangement. It was crucial for the Death Squad members to have a genuine opportunity to demonstrate their martial prowess without the interference of external forces. "And what about your cultivation, my lord?" Eladir asked, his gaze searching Michael's eyes. Michael's expression turned serious as he replied, "I will suppress my cultivation to the soul refining stage, one stage below their current level, the fusion stage. This will provide them a fair chance to gauge their abilities against mine truly." Eladir nodded in approval, recognizing the significance of Michael's decision. It showcased not only his respect for the Death Squad members, but also his desire to push them to their limits, fostering growth and instilling confidence. As the preparations continued and the array took shape, the hall buzzed with anticipation. The Death Squad members, now aware of the magnitude of this opportunity, stood tall, their expressions filled with determination. They were about to engage in a battle that would test their skills, bond them further as a team, and provide them invaluable insights into their own capabilities. As word spread throughout the floating mountain, the sound of hammers and chisels gradually faded away. The dwarves, who had been tirelessly working on the construction, set their tools aside and gathered around the hall. Excitement and curiosity glimmered in their eyes as they joined the growing crowd, eager to witness the impending duel between the Death Squad members and their formidable Dark Lord. Within the hall, Michael stood at the center, a commanding presence that radiated power and confidence. The Death Squad members had taken their respective positions, their eyes fixed on their enigmatic leader. Michael's gaze swept over the assembled crowd, his piercing black eyes resting on each individual momentarily before he removed his sword sheaths. The sound of the sheaths hitting the ground echoed in the silent hall, drawing the attention of everyone present. Michael's dark swords, symbols of his authority and strength, lay discarded on the floor. A murmur of surprise and awe rippled through the onlookers, recognizing the significance of his action. "I will fight without my swords," Michael declared, his voice resonating with a blend of determination and caution. "I don't want to kill you guys accidentally." With deliberate grace, Michael slid off his long, black coat, revealing the toned muscles that lay beneath. He then rolled up the sleeves of his black turtleneck, baring his forearms to the eager eyes of the Death Squad members. The faint sound of his knuckles cracking filled the air as he flexed his fingers, preparing himself for the impending clash. Deep down, Michael understood the significance of this moment. It was not just about asserting his power, but also about earning the respect and loyalty of these skilled assassins. He knew that only by surpassing their expectations and demonstrating his unrivaled strength could he establish himself as their rightful leader. Thus, he resolved to push himself to the limits, willing to unleash a force that would leave the Death Squad members in awe, solidifying his reputation as the Dark Lord. Chapter 983, Vampire Death Squad vs. Michael II, Calm Before the Storm Chapter. "Shall we face you one by one, my lord, or dash?" Spider inquired, her voice filled with anticipation. But before she could finish her sentence, Michael interjected with a playful chuckle. "That would be boring, and the fight would be over in a mere moment," he remarked, knowing that individually, none of them stood a chance against him. Spider's eyes gleamed with a deadly mix of excitement and venomous intent. Unlike Saber and the elder vampires, who pledged their loyalty to the Dark Lord out of reverence, the Vampire Death Squad had joined his ranks for monetary reasons. Michael saw this as an opportunity to earn their unwavering loyalty through a display of his formidable strength. "Bring forth your best skills," Michael goaded the Death Squad members, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. With that, the battle between the Dark Lord and the Death Squad members commenced. The vampires swiftly closed in, surrounding Michael, their gazes focused and their bodies tense with anticipation. Each member carefully positioned themselves, strategizing their approach. The battle between the Dark Lord and the Death Squad members erupted into a flurry of movement and clashes. The vampires, driven by a mix of determination and desperation, attacked with their chosen weapons, each showcasing their unique skills. White Wolf, a skilled archer with deadly accuracy, notched an arrow and let it fly with lightning speed. The arrow whistled through the air, aimed straight at Michael's heart. But with a mere flicker of movement, he gracefully sidestepped, allowing the arrow to harmlessly pass by. His evasion was seamless, as if he possessed an innate sense of the arrow's trajectory. Grey Wolf, the agile dwarf with impressive close combat prowess, lunged forward with his daggers. His movements were swift and relentless, his small frame darting in and out as he attempted to breach Michael's defenses. But the Dark Lord was a master of anticipation. With incredible reflexes, he effortlessly evaded Grey Wolf's attacks, his body swaying and twisting with an uncanny grace. His bare hands became an extension of his being, deflecting strikes and countering with precision. Spider, the seductive beauty with lethal swordsmanship, danced forward with deadly elegance. Her sword gleamed in the dim light, and her eyes burned with a thirst for victory. With a series of lightning-fast strikes, she aimed to overwhelm Michael with her quick and precise movements. Yet, the Dark Lord's calm demeanor never wavered. He fluidly dodged Spider's slashes and parried her blows with the fluidity of water, evading her attacks with an almost supernatural grace. Bear, the hulking powerhouse wielding a long, heavy battle axe, charged forward with a roar, his muscles bulging with raw strength. Each swing of his weapon was accompanied by a thunderous force that threatened to shatter anything it touched. But Michael's movements were deceivingly swift and nimble. With an almost ethereal agility, he evaded Bear's powerful strikes, slipping past the swinging axe with hairbreadth precision. The hall resounded with the clash of weapons, the echoes of grunts and shouts reverberating throughout the space. Each Death Squad member attacked with unyielding determination, pushing themselves to their limits. Yet, Michael's evasive maneuvers remained unfaltering, his actions a symphony of fluid motion. His body flowed seamlessly, evading attacks with a blend of subtle shifts, twists, and graceful steps. He relied on instinct and unparalleled perception, anticipating the Death Squad's moves before they even materialized. His movements seemed almost effortless, as if he was one with the air itself. Amidst the chaos, the Death Squad members found themselves increasingly frustrated. Their strikes grew more desperate, their attacks lacking the precision and finesse they had initially possessed. Despite their relentless onslaught, Michael appeared to be untouched, his calm facade unbroken. In this dance of combat, the Dark Lord demonstrated not only his physical prowess, but also his strategic brilliance. He exploited the weaknesses in their movements, slipping through the gaps in their defenses with astonishing precision. With each evasive maneuver, he seemed to defy the laws of nature, his every motion calculated and deliberate. As the fight raged on, the Death Squad members exchanged glances, a mixture of awe and frustration in their eyes. They could hardly believe what they were witnessing, the unmatched skill and grace of the Dark Lord, who defied their every attack with nothing but his bare hands. Bear's battle axe whistled through the air, propelled by sheer force, aimed directly at Michael. But in a display of uncanny agility, the Dark Lord effortlessly sidestepped the swinging arc of the massive weapon. Bear's mighty swing missed its mark, and the axe crashed into the ground with a thunderous impact, causing the earth to crack and tremble beneath their feet. A smirk tugged at the corners of Michael's lips as he evaded Spider's furious sword strikes. With a swift and fluid motion, he maneuvered behind her, his movements like shadows in the night. In a surprising twist, he deftly seized two of Spider's arms, restraining her momentarily. His voice, barely above a whisper, reached her ears, too slow. The momentary distraction allowed the Dark Lord to capitalize on his advantage. With a quick and forceful push, he propelled Spider forward, directing her path toward the towering figure of Bear. Spider stumbled, unable to regain her balance, and crashed into Bear with a resounding thud. The impact sent both of them sprawling to the ground, temporarily incapacitating them. Meanwhile, White Wolf, the skilled archer, took aim with his bow and let loose a flurry of arrows. The projectiles flew through the air with deadly precision, aiming to find their mark in the Dark Lord's heart. But Michael's reflexes were honed to an otherworldly level. With astonishing speed, he snatched the arrows from the air, catching them effortlessly between his fingertips. A smile played upon Michael's face as he twirled the arrows in his hand. In a feat that defied human limits, he swiftly turned the arrows around, positioning them as makeshift melee weapons. With a fluid motion, he wielded them like short sticks, a flickering blur of motion. In an instant, he closed the distance between himself and Grey Wolf, the agile dwarf who fought with relentless determination. With inhuman speed, the Dark Lord swung the arrow sticks in a devastating arc, connecting with precise accuracy. The makeshift weapons collided with Grey Wolf's head, knocking him off balance and sending him stumbling backward, dazed and disoriented. The impact was akin to a giant felling a sapling, the force of the blow reverberating through the hall. The dwarves, gathered in a tight-knit group, observed the breathtaking battle with wide eyes and hushed whispers. Their comments, filled with astonishment and a touch of dark humor, focused on the appearances of those involved. By the fiery forge, that one with the arrows, he's like a skilled marksman. Can't believe the Dark Lord caught him so effortlessly, exclaimed the dwarf with a bushy red beard, pointing at the archer in awe. Aye, And look at the Dark Lord there, swift as a mountain cat, dodging spiders' strikes with ease, remarked the stout dwarf with a braided beard, his eyes sparkling with amazement. Huh, did you see that? The Dark Lord grabbed hold of Spider's arms like she was naught but a fly in his web. Too slow indeed, chuckled the dwarf with a wild mop of hair, shaking his head in disbelief. The sound of hearty laughter echoed from the dwarves as they watched the Dark Lord wield the arrow like a makeshift weapon, landing a solid blow on the head of the dwarf warrior. It was a mix of astonishment and amusement, their voices carrying a sense of camaraderie in witnessing such unexpected antics. Look at that. The Dark Lord just knocked that gray wolf down like a pup with a toy. Never thought I'd see such a sight, chuckled the dwarf with a massive beard, his laughter rumbling like distant thunder. Hell, look at that. The Dark Lord's giving Grey Wolf a proper knock on the noggin with that arrow. I never thought I'd see the day, chuckled another dwarf. I reckon even the vampires must be wondering what sort of opponent they've gotten themselves mixed up with. The Dark Lord's got M running in circles, added a gray-beard dwarf, a smirk playing on his lips. Who'd have thought the Dark Lord had such moves? He's like a dancer, swaying and spinning through the fight, murmured the dwarf with a braided beard, a mix of awe and amusement in his voice. The dwarves continued to watch, their eyes glued to the mesmerizing spectacle unfolding before them. Their comments, mingled with the sounds of battle, reflected their astonishment and admiration for the Dark Lord's prowess and the relentless assault of the vampire death squad. He's like a whirlwind, that Dark Lord. The vampires can't keep up. Did you see how he cunningly pushed Spider in a bear's path? A true master of strategy. Huh, I never thought I'd say this, but I'm actually root in for the Dark Lord. Who would have guessed? Their voices rose and fell in a symphony of astonishment and camaraderie, their commentary a testament to the mesmerizing spectacle that unfolded before their eyes. The battle between the forces of darkness enraptured them, forging an unexpected bond among the dwarves as they marveled at the incredible display of skill and daring. The onlookers could hardly comprehend the spectacle unfolding before their eyes. The Dark Lord's agility, precision, and supernatural speed left them awestruck. The fight continued, a mesmerizing display of skill and power as Michael evaded, countered, and controlled the battlefield. The Vampire Death Squad, momentarily catching their breath, formed a huddle, their faces etched with determination. The battle had reached a critical juncture, and they needed to reassess their strategy to gain an edge against the formidable Dark Lord. Sensing the pause, Michael's eyes gleamed with a mix of confidence and cunning. Listen closely. He spoke with an air of authority, pointing at each member of the Death Squad. Spider, your swordplay is commendable, but your strikes are predictable. Vary your angles, and don't underestimate the element of surprise. Turning his gaze to Bear, Michael continued, your strength is unparalleled, Bear, but it can be a double-edged sword. Use your weight and momentum to your advantage, but be mindful of exposing yourself to counterattacks. Grey Wolf, your close combat skills are solid, but you telegraph your moves. Maintain your agility and surprise your opponent. Lastly, Michael locked eyes with White Wolf, his voice steady and composed. White Wolf, your archery skills are unmatched, but your focus wavers in close quarters. Trust in your instincts, and remember that precision can triumph over speed. The vampires listened intently, their eyes fixed on the Dark Lord as he imparted his wisdom. The brief respite allowed them to absorb his guidance and incorporate it into their newfound strategy. With the Dark Lord's pointers imparted, the Vampire Death Squad dispersed, renewed and invigorated by his guidance. Like a well-coordinated symphony, they lunged forward once more, their renewed vigor palpable in the air. The clash resumed, but this time, Michael did not rely solely on evasion. He unleashed a torrent of devastating strikes, his movements fluid and swift, fueled by his newfound offensive momentum. Michael's movements were a blur of calculated strikes and lightning-fast counterattacks. He punched and kicked with precision, each blow delivered with enough force to make the vampires cough up blood. His fists and feet became a whirlwind of punishing strikes, finding the vulnerabilities in their defenses. Spider, fueled by the Dark Lord's advice, unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, aiming to exploit her opponent's weaknesses. But Michael deftly parried her attacks, his movements fluid and effortless. With a swift maneuver, he grabbed her wrist and twisted her arm, causing Spider to wince in pain. Bear, determined to prove his worth, swung his heavy battle axe with all his might. But the Dark Lord sidestepped the attack and delivered a powerful spin hook kick, his leg cutting through the air like a lethal weapon. Bear, caught off guard, was sent sprawling backward, the impact reverberating through his body. It was a display of the Dark Lord's precision and strength, his attack executed with masterful skill. Meanwhile, White Wolf knocked an arrow, drawing his bowstring with renewed confidence. He aimed carefully, seeking to find a weakness in his opponent's defenses. Yet, before he could release the arrow, the Dark Lord closed the distance in a blink of an eye, knocking White Wolf's bow aside and delivering a powerful strike that sent him crashing to the ground. Grey Wolf, agile and determined, tried to outmaneuver the Dark Lord. But Michael anticipated his every move, countering his strikes with lightning reflexes. With a swift combination of punches and kicks, the Dark Lord delivered blows that reverberated through Grey Wolf's body, leaving him staggering and breathless. The battle raged on, the clash of strength and skill echoing through the air. The vampires, fueled by a mix of desperation and newfound determination, fought with every ounce of their being. And the Dark Lord, driven by his own thirst for power and dominance, responded with a relentless onslaught, leaving the Death Squad members battered and bloodied in his wake. The battle within the hall reached its climax as Michael, fueled by a combination of skill, speed, and a hunger for victory, unleashed a series of deadly attacks. His movements were a blur of calculated strikes, each blow delivered with precision and bone-crushing force. Spider, despite her vampiric agility, was unable to evade the Dark Lord's relentless assault. With a swift, spinning kick, Michael struck her temple, causing her to stagger backward. As she struggled to regain her balance, he swiftly closed in, his fist connecting with her jaw in a devastating uppercut. The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed through the hall as Spider's body flew backward, crashing into a nearby pillar. Blood trickled from her mouth as her eyes rolled back, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Bear, known for his formidable strength, swung his heavy battle axe with all his might, aiming for Michael's midsection. But the Dark Lord's reflexes were unmatched. With inhuman speed, he sidestepped the attack, swiftly ducking under Bear's guard. In a lightning-fast motion, Michael's fist collided with Bear's sternum, the impact resonating throughout the hall. Bear let out a guttural cough, blood spraying from his lips before crumpling to the ground, unconscious and defeated. White Wolf, his quiver empty and his bow discarded, attempted a desperate strike, his clawed fingers aimed at the Dark Lord's throat. But Michael was quicker. He swiftly sidestepped the attack, seizing White Wolf's arm in a vice-like grip. With a vicious twist, the sound of snapping bones filled the air. White Wolf's howl of agony was cut short as he collapsed to the ground, his body racked with pain and unconsciousness enveloping him. Grey Wolf, the nimble dwarf known for his agility, tried to outmaneuver the Dark Lord's attacks. But Michael's movements were too swift, too precise. In a whirlwind of strikes, he relentlessly assaulted Grey Wolf, delivering powerful blows that left him reeling. The sound of impact reverberated through the hall as Michael's fists collided with Grey Wolf's body, each blow accompanied by a sickening crunch. Blood sprayed from Grey Wolf's mouth, and his legs buckled beneath him as he crumpled to the ground, defeated and unconscious. Despite the vampire's innate ability to heal, the force behind Michael's attacks had overcome even their supernatural resilience. The combination of his speed, skill, and sheer power had rendered them incapable of rising to their feet. The hall fell silent, save for the heavy panting of the defeated vampires and the echoes of bones cracking. Victory belonged to the Dark Lord, as he stood amidst the fallen, the embodiment of dominance and relentless power. Chapter 984. Another great clan down calm before the storm chapter. After a few minutes, the members of the Vampire Death Squad stood before Michael, their expressions transformed with newfound respect. Even the once boisterous and unrestrained bear remained silent, his eyes fixed on the Dark Lord. They realized that what they had experienced was not a true battle, but rather a friendly duel, and their minds wandered to the unimaginable consequences if they had faced the Dark Lord in a real fight. Each member understood that Michael had deliberately held back during their encounter. Otherwise, they would have met their demise within seconds. The weight of this realization settled upon them, leaving them in awe of the Dark Lord's power and restraint. Michael's gaze shifted across the members of the Vampire Death Squad, his voice carrying a tone of encouragement. "Do not be disheartened by this defeat," he began, his words resonating with conviction. "In fact, it is through more training and real-life battles that you can truly become perfect killing machines. Remember, strength is not solely measured by victory, but by the determination to improve." A brief pause hung in the air before Michael continued, his eyes gleaming with a sense of purpose. "After my wedding with Gaia, I will dedicate more time to your training. I will help you unlock your full potential and hone your skills to perfection. Together, we will become a force to be reckoned with." He then offered a word of caution, his voice filled with wisdom. "However, let me remind you that overconfidence can be a deadly flaw. Never allow your confidence to blind you. Stay vigilant, stay focused, and channel your strength with precision." The members of the Vampire Death Squad stood silently, their nods expressing their understanding and gratitude for the Dark Lord's guidance. They knew that under his tutelage, they had the opportunity to transcend their current limitations and become formidable warriors. Saber hovered in the sky above the kingdom of Dalgarum, his gaze fixed upon the sprawling headquarters of the Han Torum clan. The clan's stronghold, nestled in the heart of Ar, boasted an impressive dwarven architecture. Tall and majestic, it was crafted from dark gray stones, lending an air of strength and fortitude to its formidable presence. As nightfall approached, Saber patiently awaited his moment to infiltrate the clan. The dwarves, though lacking in cultivation power compared to other races, compensated for it with their mastery of unique and deadly weapons. The dwarf guards patrolled the clan, their watchful eyes scanning for any signs of intrusion. Hidden from their sight, Saber surveyed the scene from above, taking note of the various weapons carefully positioned around the clan. Each weapon exuded an aura of power and danger, a testament to the dwarves' expertise in forging formidable tools of combat. While Saber possessed the power to swiftly eliminate the dwarf guards and their deadly weapons if given the order, his current mission demanded a different approach. He had been tasked by the Dark Lord to infiltrate the Han Torum clan, reaching the clan heads with a crucial ultimatum. Their fate hung in the balance, for they had just 4 days to make a difficult choice: dismantle their revered clan or face the wrath of the Dark Lord. Saber's objective extended beyond mere destruction. He was to ensure that the clan leaders chose the path of dismantlement, allowing the Dark Lord to recruit the talented dwarves within their ranks secretly. His loyalty bound him to these orders, and he understood the larger strategic implications of such a move. Saber's mission was not solely about sowing chaos and leaving behind a trail of corpses, but rather to manipulate the clan's destiny to align with the Dark Lord's grand designs. As the dwarves continued their patrol around the majestic, dark, gray, stone-clad clan building, their conversation took a turn towards recent events. The destruction of the Guardian Guild by the Dark Lord became the topic of their discussion, and laughter filled the air. "Did you hear about the Alpha Guardians?" chuckled one dwarf, shaking his head in disbelief. "They were supposed to be the epitome of strength, but they didn't stand a chance against the Dark Lord." "Yeah, it's hilarious." Another dwarf joined in, his voice brimming with amusement. That demon butler has warned them, gave them 2 whole days to dismantle their precious guardian guild. And what did they do? Stayed put like a bunch of foolish humans. The dwarves burst into raucous laughter, their hearty guffaws echoing through the night. They couldn't comprehend the audacity of the guardians, who believed they could actually defeat the Dark Lord. I bet they thought they were invincible. A dwarf jeered, wiping away tears of mirth. But look at what happened to Holwick Island. The Dark Lord's spells shattered it into pieces and sent it sinking to the depths. And that ethereal 2-headed dragon he fought. Another dwarf chimed in, his voice filled with mockery. They probably thought it was their savior, but the Dark Lord proved them wrong. He slayed it with ease. The dwarves continued their patrol, relishing in their laughter and the perceived superiority they felt over the fallen guardians. Their taunting remarks painted a picture of arrogance and disdain for those who dared challenge the might of the Dark Lord. As the dwarves reveled in their laughter and mockery, their amusement seemed boundless. Their jokes and banter flowed freely, further fueling their sense of superiority. "Those guardians, I tell ya, they must have rock for brains," chuckled one dwarf, slapping his knee. "Who in their right mind challenges the Dark Lord and thinks they'll come out on top?" "Ah, humans," another dwarf chimed in, shaking his head in mock pity. "They always think strength in numbers will save them. But little do they realize, it just gives the Dark Lord more targets to crush." Laughter erupted once again, accompanied by a chorus of jests and jibes. "They're like ants marching to their own demise," a dwarf exclaimed, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Instead of using their brains to escape, they gather their little army for the Dark Lord's entertainment. And what's with their so-called intelligence?" quipped another dwarf, feigning confusion. "They claim to be the smartest race, but when it comes to facing the Dark Lord, they're nothing more than bumbling fools." The dwarves shared boisterous laughter, their voices blending in a symphony of amusement. They reveled in their perceived intellectual superiority over the humans, mocking their choices and decisions. They thought they could defeat the Dark Lord. One dwarf exclaimed between fits of laughter. But instead, they became fodder for his power. "It's almost too easy." The jovial banter continued, the dwarves relishing in their own wit and humor, unaware of the looming ultimatum the Dark Lord had sent them to deliver. Saber, perched high above the dwarven clan, carefully observed the patterns of their patrols. He analyzed their routes, noting the areas they frequented and the blind spots they might overlook. It was essential for him to find a gap in their vigilance that would allow him to infiltrate the clan undetected. As his sharp eyes scanned the dwarves below, he discovered a blind spot in their patrol route, a narrow alley tucked between 2 towering structures. It was a secluded path, hidden from direct view, where the dwarves seldom ventured. Saber realized that this blind spot would be his key to accessing the clan building without raising the guard's suspicions. With stealth and precision, Saber descended from his hidden vantage point and glided towards the designated blind spot. The narrow alley was shrouded in darkness, providing the perfect cover for his clandestine entry. He moved swiftly, his steps soundless, and disappeared into the shadows. Meanwhile, as Saber maneuvered through the hidden alley, a brief moment of uncertainty arose among the patrolling dwarves. One dwarf, a hint of suspicion in his voice, turned to his companion and asked, "Did you feel something strange just now? A presence, perhaps?" His companion, slightly inebriated from a night of revelry, scoffed and brushed off the inquiry. "Ah, you've had one too many, my friend," he retorted with a chuckle. "No one would be foolish enough to challenge our clan. It's just your imagination playing tricks on you." The doubtful dwarf shrugged, convinced by his companion's dismissal. They continued their patrol, unaware that a skilled infiltrator had slipped past them and was now lurking within the heart of their clan. Saber, utilizing the blind spot to his advantage, pressed on with his mission, remaining undetected by the oblivious dwarven guards. Saber, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but chuckle softly at the dwarves' arrogance and mockery towards the humans. "Oh, my dear dwarves," he whispered to himself. You call them foolish while you struggle to perform your own duties with precision. Inside the majestic clan building, the atmosphere was a testament to the dwarves' meticulous craftsmanship. Elaborate stone arches adorned the corridors, leading to grand halls adorned with intricate carvings and elegant tapestries. Saber's eyes gleamed with a mix of admiration and determination as he navigated through the labyrinthine structure. His ultimate destination was the power room, the heart of the clan's operations. The dwarves had devised intricate mechanisms powered by the stored energy they absorbed from the sun through specialized grids. Saber knew that by cutting off this source of power, he could plunge the clan into darkness, effectively creating the cover he needed to locate the clan heads. Moving silently and blending seamlessly with the dark corners, Saber made his way through the bustling corridors. The dwarves carried on with their daily routines, unaware of the shadowy figure weaving through their midst. Guards stood watch at strategic points, their eyes scanning for any signs of intrusion, but Saber's supernatural grace and stealth rendered him virtually invisible. Following his mental map of the clan's layout, Saber took advantage of hidden passages and secret stairwells, bypassing guard stations without a hint of detection. The air hummed with the energy of the dwarves' industriousness, yet Saber's presence remained concealed as he drew closer to his destination. Finally, after traversing a series of dimly lit corridors and descending a spiraling staircase, Saber reached the power room. The room was bathed in an eerie glow emanating from the intricate machinery and arrays of energy cells. With deliberate precision, he assessed the mechanisms and identified the crucial power source that needed to be severed. As Saber opened the door to the power room, he was greeted by a sight that left the dwarves inside utterly shocked. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and their voices caught in their throats as they beheld the unexpected intruder standing before them. "By the beards of our ancestors!" one dwarf exclaimed, his voice tinged with fear and surprise. "What in hell is going on?" another dwarf stammered, struggling to comprehend the sudden intrusion. However, before they could gather their wits or raise the alarm, Saber sprang into action with inhuman speed and precision. With lightning-fast strikes, he incapacitated each dwarf, rendering them unconscious with swift and powerful blows. The room was filled with the thud of bodies hitting the floor, their futile attempts at resistance halted by the superior prowess of the elder vampire. The dwarves, known for their resilience and tenacity, stood no chance against Saber's supernatural abilities. His movements were a blur of speed and grace as he swiftly neutralized each dwarf with calculated strikes. The clash of his strikes against their bodies reverberated through the room, echoing the dominance of the intruder. Within moments, the power room fell into an eerie silence, disrupted only by the unconscious forms of the dwarves strewn across the floor. Saber stood amidst them, his chest rising and falling with controlled breaths, his eyes scanning the room for any signs of further disturbance. As Saber surveyed the power room, his gaze fell upon the intricate mechanism that powered the entire clan building. Golden tablets adorned the contraption, their engraved runes pulsating with energy. He knew that disabling this mechanism would not only plunge the room into darkness, but also cut off the power supply to the entire building. With a resolute expression, Saber approached the mechanism, his movements graceful yet purposeful. He studied the interlocking gears, the delicate wiring, and the intricate channels that carried the energy. In a display of raw strength, he ripped apart a section of the mechanism, causing sparks to shower the room in a mesmerizing display. But disabling the mechanism entirely required more than just brute force. Saber drew upon his ancient knowledge and honed instincts to identify the vulnerable points within the system. With calculated precision, he unleashed a series of powerful punches, targeting specific junctions and conduits, severing their connections with resounding cracks. As each blow landed, the room trembled, echoing the impact of Saber's strikes. The once steady hum of energy faded into a dull silence, accompanied by the fading glow of the golden tablets. The power room, now marred by the wreckage of the disabled mechanism, was cast into darkness as the lights flickered and died. The power to the entire clan building had been severed, ensuring that Saber's presence would remain shrouded in shadows as he continued his mission. With the darkness as his ally, he would now navigate the vast halls and corridors, seeking out the clan heads and delivering the Dark Lord's ultimatum. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber, a group of old dwarves gathered around a large oak table, their weathered faces illuminated by the soft glow of cigar embers. Wisps of smoke curled in the air as they deliberated on the best course of action to seize the opportunity presented by the destruction of the Guardian Guild. "We've been given a rare chance here, lads," one grizzled dwarf with a long white beard spoke with a deep, rumbling voice. "With the Guardians scattered, we can expand our influence and claim what's rightfully ours." "Aye," another dwarf chimed in, his voice tinged with a touch of greed. "The resources, the territories, it's all ripe for the taking. We must strike while the iron is hot." As they plotted and debated their next move, their grand hall suddenly flickered with an unsettling glow, causing the chandeliers above them to tremble before plunging into darkness. The room echoed with the grumbles and curses of the dwarves, their frustration palpable. "Blast those imbeciles in the power room," one dwarf growled, his hand pounding on the table. "How many times have we told them to keep the lights on?" Amidst their collective vexation, the heavy wooden doors of the chamber creaked open, revealing a figure standing in the threshold. Shadows danced upon the walls as the dim light from the hallway cast an ethereal glow upon the mysterious intruder. The dwarves squinted, their eyes adjusting to the darkness, and they vaguely made out the figure's silhouette, holding two other dwarves by the hand. The captives appeared unconscious, their forms limp and lifeless. "What in the depths is this?" one dwarf exclaimed, his voice filled with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. The figure stepped forward, revealing a tall and imposing presence. His gaze, piercing and intense, seemed to cut through the darkness. The dwarves' eyes widened with a mixture of surprise and unease as they recognized the figure as Saber, the enigmatic intruder. Saber's voice, dripping with quiet authority, broke the silence. "Gentlemen, it seems there has been a change of plans. The Dark Lord demands your attention." His tone held an undeniable weight, leaving the dwarves captivated by a mixture of fear and curiosity. The old dwarves exchanged uncertain glances, their minds racing to comprehend the sudden turn of events. They knew they stood in the presence of a formidable adversary, and their instincts warned them to tread cautiously. As Saber stood there, the captives still held in his grip, the grand hall remained enveloped in darkness. The flickering glow of extinguished candles and a lingering scent of cigar smoke filled the air, creating an atmosphere thick with anticipation. The dwarves, their voices momentarily silenced, awaited Saber's next move, unsure of what fate awaited them under the command of the Dark Lord's emissary. Chapter 985. Another great clan down, Saber strode confidently into the room, his eyes scanning the dwarves as he locked the door behind him. In response, the dwarves sprang into action, rushing to the side of the room where their weapons were kept. Each dwarf retrieved a formidable war hammer or war axe, weapons that were nearly as tall as they were. Their determined expressions masked the fear that flickered within their eyes, a fear they couldn't fully conceal. A faint chuckle escaped Saber's lips as he surveyed the sight before him. The image of these stout dwarves, with their long beards and sturdy frames, standing defiantly against him, amused him greatly. Yet, beneath his amusement, Saber could sense the deep-rooted apprehension that gripped the dwarves. They understood the overwhelming power he possessed, and it haunted their every thought. "What does the Dark Lord want?" One of the dwarf leaders spoke up, his voice laced with a mixture of defiance and desperation, hoping to delay the inevitable confrontation. But deep down, the dwarves knew there was no reinforcement that could match the might of this death angel sent by the Dark Lord. "You know what the Dark Lord wants, dwarves," Saber replied, his voice carrying a chilling undertone. A devilish grin played upon his lips as he relished the fear that washed over the dwarves. The Dark Lord has given you 4 days to dismantle your clan. Should you choose to defy his will, you will witness the true extent of the Dark Lord's power. The dwarves trembled involuntarily, their minds unable to shake off the tales of the Dark Lord's devastation. They had heard the rumors, the accounts of how he effortlessly obliterated the Guardian Guild, an organization far superior to their own in terms of raw cultivation power. The dwarves had established their clan with the sole purpose of toppling the Elven Empress and her empire, never intending to engage the Dark Lord directly. They were fully aware of their own limitations when it came to facing such a formidable foe. However, the audacity of the Dark Lord's focus on their clan infuriated them, stoking a fiery determination within their hearts. Though fear and anger mingled within them, the dwarves understood that their options were limited. The choice before them was stark: dismantle their clan and potentially spare themselves from the Dark Lord's wrath, or defiantly challenge fate and face the full force of his fury. Why the bloody hell is he targeting our clan? We haven't done a damn thing to provoke the Dark Lord, growled another dwarf, his frustration echoing through the hall. Saber, his hands clasped behind his back, began to pace slowly in a circle, his eyes fixed on the dwarves before him. The air crackled with tension as he spoke, his voice laced with a calm but undeniable authority. The Dark Lord has granted you 4 days for a reason. Understand this: the great 8 clans will all crumble under the weight of the Dark Lord's power, one way or another, Saber explained, his words carrying a weight of truth that settled upon the dwarves like a heavy burden. You dwarves are not foolish. You've heard the tales of what befell the Guardian Guild. No one is coming to save you. Spare yourselves the bloodshed and dismantle your clan. A silent understanding passed between the dwarves, their gazes meeting and reflecting the fear that simmered within each of them. They knew that survival and the opportunity to plot the downfall of the Elven Empire were of paramount importance. To foolishly face the wrath of the Dark Lord would be to seal their own demise. Is the Dark Lord targeting Gondolin as well? Questioned another dwarf, their curiosity momentarily breaking through the tense atmosphere. The dwarves' deep-rooted animosity towards the Elven Empire burned brightly, even in the face of their current predicament. He is, Saber replied, his voice tinged with a hint of indifference. But your primary concern should be your own fate, dwarves. The Dark Lord merely wishes for the dismantling of your clan. He won't impede your pursuit of vengeance against the elves. His aim is to eradicate the great 8 clans altogether. A contemplative silence settled over the room as the dwarves absorbed Saber's words. Their minds churned with thoughts of the looming threat, their hatred for the Elven Empire intertwined with the knowledge that the Dark Lord's power was not to be underestimated. The Dark Lord may think he's invincible, but mark my words, lad, he cannot win against the Sky Hall, spoke the oldest dwarf, his voice carrying a sense of wisdom acquired over countless years. Saber's laughter echoed through the hall, a sound filled with amusement and something far colder. Where was the Sky Hall when the Dark Lord decimated the Guardian Guild? If you expect the Sky Hall to come to your aid, you'll be sorely disappointed. Besides, his tone turned solemn, his words laden with an air of finality. The Dark Lord has already won. This is just maintenance. A mix of resignation and defiance flickered in the dwarves' eyes as they grappled with the harsh reality of their situation. The weight of their decision pressed heavily upon them, as they contemplated whether to dismantle their cherished clan or risk annihilation at the hands of the Dark Lord. The room fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the distant echoes of their own thoughts as they wrestled with the dire choices that lay before them. Can we trust the Dark Lord's word that he won't attack us once we dismantle the clan? Questioned the oldest dwarf, resignation etched into his weathered face. It seemed there was no escape from their current predicament. Saber's gaze remained steady as he locked eyes with the aged dwarf, his voice calm, but laced with an underlying intensity. The Dark Lord is not one to break his word, dwarf. If he desired your destruction, it would have already been swift and merciless. Coming to a halt, Saber regarded the dwarves before him, their expressions a mix of trepidation and begrudging acceptance. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy as they contemplated their options and the inevitable sacrifices they would have to make. The Dark Lord has another request. Dwarves, Saber continued, his voice carrying a note of calculation. He seeks access to the abundant mines and metal reserves you possess. He requires the necessary metals to forge armor for his growing army. I know that this proposition may appear burdensome, but consider it a small price to pay in the grand scheme of things. The oldest dwarf scoffed, a hint of frustration coloring his tone. So, he wants to extort us as well. Saber's silence spoke volumes, his deadly gaze fixated on the questioning dwarf. The air seemed to thicken with tension, causing the dwarf to wither under Saber's piercing stare. The others, realizing the gravity of the situation, exchanged uneasy glances and murmured in agreement. It seems we have little choice but to comply, another dwarf reluctantly admitted, voicing the sentiment shared by the rest of the clan. We can't stop you, but for the love of the mountain, don't clean us out entirely, added another dwarf, the frustration in his voice tinged with resignation. Saber's smile returned, though its edges held a touch of menace. Clapping his hands together, he exuded an air of twisted satisfaction. Now, if you will be so kind as to lead me to your vault, I will gather the necessary metals and leave you to make your fateful decision, Saber proclaimed, his voice carrying a mix of authority and a dark sense of finality. The dwarves led Saber to the center of the grand hall, where a round table stood adorned with various intricate carvings. Each dwarf removed a unique ring from their fingers, placing it carefully into a hollowed-out space in front of their seat. As the rings settled into their designated places, a brilliant glow emitted from each one, casting a radiant light across the room. To the astonishment of the dwarves, the round table split open with a low rumble, revealing a hidden staircase leading downward into the depths of the earth. The steps were hewn from sturdy stone, illuminated by soft torchlight that flickered eerily in the dimly lit underground path. With trepidation mingling with a glimmer of hope, the dwarves embarked on the descent, Saber following closely behind. His presence brought a modicum of reassurance as he spoke in a steady voice, attempting to calm their anxieties. Fear not, dwarves. The Dark Lord does not covet your treasures. His focus lies on the metals needed for his army's armors and swords, Saber explained, his tone carrying a note of sincerity. The dwarves exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued as they navigated the winding path. One of the dwarves, his voice laden with concern, broke the silence. We've heard rumors, tales of the Dark Lord taking many of our kin and forcing them to build his grand castle. Are these rumors true? Saber's laughter rang through the cavernous space, bouncing off the stone walls. Slaves, you say? Oh, how the rumors can twist and turn. Let me enlighten you, my dear dwarves. Those who have joined the Dark Lord's construction projects are far from being slaves. They receive a handsome sum of gold coins for their services every month, and their nights are filled with joyful drink parties. The dwarves stopped in their tracks, their eyes widening in disbelief. The notion that their kin were not mere slaves, but rather well-compensated workers and revelers shook their preconceived notions. A moment of silence passed as they contemplated this revelation, their minds racing with newfound possibilities. If what you say is true, one dwarf muttered, his voice tinged with uncertainty, then there may be more to the Dark Lord than meets the eye. Saber nodded, a knowing smile playing upon his lips. Indeed, dwarves, the Dark Lord's intentions may not align with what you've been led to believe. But for now, let us focus on the path ahead. We have metals to collect and decisions to make. The dwarves' curiosity burned brightly as they continued their descent, their questions still lingering in the air. Finally, unable to contain their inquisitiveness any longer, one of the dwarves spoke up. Why is the Dark Lord going against the Sky Hall and the Great Eight Clans? What is his endgame? The dwarf asked, his voice tinged with a mix of curiosity and concern. Saber, his eyes gleaming with a hint of understanding, turned to face the dwarf. The Dark Lord is not so different from you dwarves, seeking revenge against the elves who stripped you of your cultivation power, he answered. It was the Sky Hall and the Great Eight Clans who instigated the conflict with the Dark Lord. He is merely defending himself and seeking justice. The dwarves exchanged knowing glances, a flicker of recognition dancing in their eyes. They had long carried the weight of their grievances against the elves, their desire for retribution simmering within their hearts. The revelation that the Dark Lord shared a similar motivation resonated with them on a deep level. Their descent through the underground path came to an end as they reached a massive iron vault, standing tall and imposing before them. The dwarves approached it with reverence, their hands moving in a rhythmic pattern as they tapped on the door. With each tap, the vault responded, its mechanisms whirring and clanking until, at last, it swung open with a mighty creak. The sight that met their eyes was nothing short of breathtaking. The vault revealed its hidden treasures, glistening in the dim light. Gold and silver coins, precious gems, and magnificent artifacts adorned the shelves and gleamed from within ornate chests. The glimmer of the treasures cast a mesmerizing light upon Saber's face, illuminating the longing and determination etched upon his features. Chapter 986. Trista, Vampire Beauty. Meanwhile, Trista, the red-haired and alluring elder vampire, had arrived at the hidden island on the far side of the Azir continent. As she approached, the mist-shrouded island emerged from the depths of the vast ocean, revealing its mysterious and enigmatic presence. The island stood as a solitary fortress, its rugged cliffs jutting out defiantly against the crashing waves. Thick vegetation covered the land, intertwining with ancient ruins that spoke of a forgotten era. The air hung heavy with an otherworldly atmosphere, as if the island held secrets that yearned to be unraveled. Above the island, a couple of airships floated and hovered, their sails adorned with the golden insignia of the Guardian Guild, a bold G that symbolized protection and order. Trista's lips curled into a mocking smirk as she observed the oblivious guardians aboard the airships, unaware of the fate that had befallen their once revered guild. Little do they know, Trista snickered to herself, her voice filled with derision. Their precious Guardian Guild is no more. Soon, they shall join their fallen comrades in the realm of the dead. With a graceful motion, Trista took to the air, effortlessly soaring above the island without the need for wings. Her eyes scanned the landscape below, alert for any potential dangers that might lie in wait. As she flew, Trista's keen senses detected a gathering of guardians near a group of miners. Intrigued, she descended closer, her crimson gaze fixated on the conversation unfolding among the guardians on the hovering ship. "I can't wait to return home," said a tall, muscular guardian with a scruffy beard, his armor gleaming in the sunlight. "This waiting game is getting boring. We need some action." A younger guardian, donning a sleek silver armor, nodded in agreement. "I heard rumors that the higher-ups are hiding something from us. And did you hear about the miner who killed himself? It's all because of this strange energy deposit they want us to unearth. It's driving people mad." Trista listened intently, her interest piqued. The mention of a powerful energy deposit and its effect on the miners intrigued her. The guardians themselves were unaware of the true nature of the task they had been assigned. With her crimson lips curling into a sly smile, Trista decided to delve deeper into this mystery. The unsuspecting guardians had unwittingly provided her with valuable information, and she intended to make the most of it. Hovering on the outskirts of the island, hidden amidst the mist, Trista plotted her next move. She knew that the strongest guardian on the island was merely at the soul refining stage, a stage below her own cultivation level, the fusion stage. This knowledge only fueled her confidence, knowing that she held a significant advantage. Trista's sudden landing on the deck sent shockwaves of panic and chaos through the unsuspecting Guardians. Startled by her unexpected presence, they stumbled back, their eyes wide with disbelief and fear. The air crackled with tension as they beheld the seductive smile playing upon her lips, her eyes glistening with a cold, deadly intent. "Hello, boys," Trista greeted them, her voice laced with a hint of amusement. As her lips curled back, revealing her fangs, a collective gasp escaped the Guardians. "Vampire," they whispered, their voices filled with both dread and awe. With a sly smile, Trista reassured them, her tone dripping with wicked charm. "Fear not, my dear Guardians. I promise to make your deaths as painless as possible." The Guardians hesitated, caught between the realization of facing a formidable opponent and the reluctance to surrender without a fight. Before they could come to a decision, Trista sprang into action, her movements a blur of grace and lethal precision. She descended upon them with a frenzy of unleashed power, tearing through their defenses like a predator unleashed upon its prey. Blood splattered across the deck as she rent apart their feeble resistance, each strike a symphony of destruction. Necks snapped with bone-chilling finality, their bodies crumpling lifelessly in her wake. The deck became a macabre tableau of carnage, strewn with the broken forms of once proud Guardians. Trista stood amidst the wreckage, her red hair tumbling around her, drenched in the blood of her fallen foes. Her eyes gleamed with a mixture of triumph and hunger, her fangs stained crimson. Silence descended upon the deck, punctuated only by the soft lapping of waves against the airship. The Guardians, who had dared to challenge the darkness, now lay defeated, their hopes shattered and their lives extinguished. As Trista reveled in her victory, her smile vanished abruptly when a slight pain seared through her shoulder. An arrow had found its mark, penetrating her flesh. The wound did not deter her, but it ignited a cold fury within her. Slowly turning, Trista fixed her gaze upon the Guardian who had managed to escape her initial onslaught. The sheer intensity of her killing intent radiated from her eyes, causing a wave of terror to wash over the Guardian. His hands trembled as he notched another arrow, infused with golden arch energy. Desperation fueled his actions as he unleashed the arrow, hoping to halt the relentless vampire. But Trista was far from an easy prey. With lightning-quick reflexes, she snatched the arrow out of the air, her grip tightening around the shaft until it splintered in her grasp. A feral grin spread across Trista's face as she bared her fangs, a chilling display of her predatory nature. Without hesitation, she launched herself at the Guardian with an unmatched speed, her movements blurred in a flurry of deadly grace. Seizing him by the throat, Trista sank her fangs deep into the exposed flesh of the Guardian's neck. A surge of energy coursed through her as she fed upon his life force. With each passing second, the Guardian's youth seemed to drain away, his once vibrant body withering into a desiccated husk. In a matter of mere moments, the Guardian's life force was extinguished, leaving nothing but a mummified corpse in Trista's grasp. She released her grip, letting the lifeless form crumple to the deck, its vitality sucked dry. Trista wiped the remnants of blood from her lips, her eyes gleaming with a mix of satisfaction and hunger. The taste of the Guardian's essence still lingered upon her tongue, fueling her power and lust for more. The deck now bore witness to the aftermath of yet another merciless display of Trista's deadly prowess. The fallen Guardians lay strewn about, their bodies discarded and lifeless. Trista stood amidst the carnage, a figure of chilling elegance and unfathomable darkness. She surveyed her surroundings, her red hair cascading around her like a curtain of blood, as the mist-swathed island whispered secrets yet to be uncovered. Trista's wound on her shoulder mended itself with supernatural speed, a testament to her superior vampiric regeneration. As her body swiftly recovered, she ascended into the air, hovering above the hovering airship, her red hair billowing around her like flames in the wind. With a wave of her hand, she cast an ancient spell, its name lost to time, but its power unmistakable. A crimson mist rose from the fallen guardians, their lifeblood summoned by Trista's dark sorcery. The blood floated through the air, swirling and dancing as if guided by an invisible hand. It wove intricate patterns, like an ethereal tapestry, and enveloped the giant warship below. The vessel became ensconced in a cloak of pulsating red, the blood wrapping around it like a macabre shroud. Trista's gaze turned downwards, her eyes piercing through the mist to behold the guardians on the island below. Their expressions shifted from shock to pure terror as they witnessed the blood-covered ship and the enigmatic figure floating above. Their minds raced, trying to comprehend the supernatural spectacle before them, but their fear overwhelmed any rational thought. With a mere flick of her wrist, Trista exercised her control over the blood that encased the ship. The crimson threads tightened their grip, constricting and twisting. The vessel, now transformed into a horrifying harbinger of doom, broke free from its moorings and hurtled through the air like a meteor descending from the heavens. The sight was both mesmerizing and horrifying. The ship, streaked in vivid crimson, bore down upon the island, its trajectory unstoppable. Guardians scattered in panic, their futile attempts to flee crushed by the impending cataclysm. The earth shook beneath their feet as the vessel crashed into the island, a cataclysmic collision that rent the air with a thunderous roar. The impact unleashed an inferno of destruction, splintering the once tranquil island into a landscape of chaos. Mountains crumbled, flames licked the sky, and the echoes of screams filled the air. The guardians who had dared to defy the darkness were now victims of their own hubris, their lives extinguished in a devastating display of otherworldly power. Trista's lips curled into a sinister smile as she surveyed the aftermath of destruction. "The Dark Lord will be pleased," she murmured, her voice dripping with satisfaction, "to learn that these guardians have met their demise." Descending from the sky, Trista set foot on the scorched earth of the island. The trees stood ablaze, their branches reaching out like fiery fingers. Splintered wood from the shattered airship lay strewn about, engulfed in flames that cast flickering shadows across the scene. The ground was littered with the fallen guardians, some lying lifeless while others writhed in agony, their groans of pain filling the air. Ignoring the wounded guardians, Trista's gaze locked onto the mouth of a nearby cave. With a surge of unnatural speed, she dashed towards it, her form disappearing into the darkness. The cave exuded an eerie atmosphere, its depths shrouded in an impenetrable blackness. Mining equipment lay discarded along the path, a testament to the island's previous occupants. As Trista ventured deeper into the cave, torchlight flickered in the distance, drawing the attention of some guardians who had taken shelter within its depths. They hurried towards her, their weapons at the ready, only to be met with a swift and merciless demise. Their necks snapped with bone-chilling finality, their bodies falling lifelessly to the ground. Pressing onward, Trista continued her solitary journey through the labyrinthine cave. Finally, she reached a cavernous opening, where a small ray of sunlight pierced through the ceiling, illuminating the scene below. Water trickled around the edges, forming a delicate, meandering stream. In the center of a chamber, encased within a cage of peculiar metal, crackled a pulsating ball of black energy. Ancient skeletons, weathered and desolate, lay scattered around it like forgotten guardians of the past. However, suddenly she heard a whisper in the air. A chill ran down Trista's spine as the soft whisper drifted through the air. "Release me," it cooed, its words laced with promises of immense power. Her head throbbed, the weight of the offer pressing upon her mind. Yet, she fought against the allure, knowing the consequences of succumbing to such temptation. With steely determination, Trista activated the earpiece nestled in her ear, connecting her with the Dark Lord. "I have found the energy deposit," she conveyed with urgency, her voice laced with a mix of excitement and caution. "But you must come quickly. There is something more, something dangerous." Unbeknownst to the world, the clash between the Dark Lord and the ancient evil marked just the beginning of a cataclysmic battle. This energy deposit, a relic of unimaginable power, was but a precursor to the Dark Lord's rise to dominance. However, little did he know that this ancient evil, born from the depths of time, had slumbered long before even the gods and omegas existed. As these dark forces collided, the world stood on the precipice of a new era, where the fate of all living beings would be shaped by the conflict between two unstoppable forces of darkness. Chapter 987. Michael joins the ancient Dark Queen. An hour later, Michael arrived at the cave, drawn by Trista's urgent call. As he stepped into the dimly lit cavern, a sense of foreboding washed over him, for the atmosphere was heavy with an overwhelming presence of dark energy. His eyes widened in surprise as he realized the magnitude of the evil lurking within the cave. "Trista," Michael said, his voice laced with a mixture of admiration and concern. "You have done well. It is time for you to leave this place." Trista, her red hair slightly disheveled and her eyes still gleaming with the remnants of her earlier bloodlust, nodded in acknowledgement. She understood the gravity of the situation and trusted Michael's judgment. Reluctantly, she turned and made her way toward the cave's entrance, leaving Michael to face the ancient evil alone. As Trista departed, Michael's presence seemed to repel the malevolent energy that permeated the air. It was as if he possessed an innate immunity to the darkness that filled the cave. Though he could feel its weight pressing upon him, his resolve remained unyielding. With a steady gaze, Michael took a step forward, ready to confront the ancient evil that dwelled within. The lattice whispering voice, now colder and filled with anger, resonated through the cave. "Break the iron shield and release me," it demanded, its tone laced with a sense of urgency and menace. "Or face the consequences." Michael, undeterred by the threatening voice, scoffed and let out a mocking chuckle. "You cannot threaten nor tempt me," he declared, his voice firm and unwavering. "I know of your origins, and how could you call yourself a queen when you're scattered and caged like this?" The voice grew more furious, echoing with a mixture of rage and frustration. "You puny human, you have no idea who you're talking to. I am a queen of all." Michael remained resolute, his eyes gleaming with a hint of defiance. "Your claims of power may have been true in the distant past, but now you are nothing more than a shadow of your former self. Your time has passed, and you shall remain sealed within this cage." To Michael's surprise, standing before him were the remnants of Mugashuk's master and the self-proclaimed ancient being known as the Queen. During his travels through different universes, he had come across tales of the Queen, a threat that loomed over all existence. However, Michael had chosen to disregard her, for her soul had been fragmented and scattered across countless dimensions. Though her forces tirelessly sought to reunite her soul fragments and restore her power, it would take many years. Michael had more immediate concerns to attend to, and he knew he lacked the strength to face even one of the Queen's generals, let alone the Queen herself. Finding himself alone with this remnant of the Queen, Michael saw an opportunity to manipulate the situation to his advantage. With a calm demeanor and a hint of amusement, he proposed, "Since we find ourselves in this isolated space, why don't we engage in a conversation and discover that we may share more in common than you realize?" The Queen's anger flared, her ancient presence seething with hostility. "You, a mere ant, dare to suggest such a thing? I should end your existence for your audacity," she retorted, her voice dripping with contempt. A sly smile played across Michael's lips as he further provoked the ancient being. "Listen to yourself. You, who now yearns for the help of a mere ant to escape this cage. It seems you find yourself in this situation because you were too much of a bitch on your time," he taunted, purposefully igniting the Queen's fury. The Queen's rage intensified, her anger fueling her desire for revenge. But Michael remained unfazed, his demeanor unyielding and nonchalant. In this encounter, the balance of power tilted in his favor, and he reveled in his ability to manipulate and undermine the ancient being before him. You should know that your General Mugishiku has sought my assistance in locating the dark energy crystals, which I suspect contain fragments of your own soul, Michael stated, his voice laced with a calculated confidence. The Queen's anger appeared to simmer down slightly upon hearing these words. Seizing the opportunity presented by the momentary lull, Michael continued to sway the Queen's disposition. In his mind, he weighed the possibility of joining forces with her, recognizing the potential for increased strength. Furthermore, he harbored a certain empathy for the Queen, as the world had labeled him as evil and dark, much like they had her. Until he could ascertain her true nature, he saw no harm in utilizing her power to his own advantage. Besides, even if he were convinced of her malevolence, he knew that his options were limited. It was a matter of utilizing her and her forces to further his own goals. Very well, human, but let there be no mistake about who you are conversing with. While one fragment of my soul may be confined within this cage before you, countless others are not. Any of them possess the power to obliterate your very existence. The Queen warned, her voice laced with a chilling authority. Understood, Michael responded, his tone tinged with a confident arrogance. You see, I am a god. Granted, perhaps a lesser deity compared to your esteemed presence, but a god nevertheless. The world, and those who hold power in it brand, those who possess great strength or wield unfamiliar powers as evil and dark. They labeled me as such and banished me to another universe. Do you now see why I suggested we might share something in common? With his words hanging in the air, Michael observed the Queen, awaiting her response. The balance between their potential alliance and the inherent dangers of their association swayed delicately, leaving their future intertwined with uncertainty. Weaklings indeed fear power, while gods revel in it, crushing those who are beneath them. The feeble-minded call what they fear evil and dark. Regrettably, these pathetic fools have been allowed to grow and flourish, the Queen replied, her tone dripping with disdain. Yes, never underestimate the power of stupidity when it gathers in great numbers. This is where we can mutually benefit. As I am preoccupied with dealing with these imbeciles, I am unable to locate more of your scattered soul pieces. However, if you aid me in becoming stronger, as you have done with your generals, I can swiftly eradicate my enemies and expedite the search for your soul fragments. Michael proposed, his voice laced with calculated pragmatism. In response, the Queen's laughter filled the cavern, an ominous sound that sent shivers down Michael's spine. The malicious echoes reverberated through the chamber, signifying an unsettling agreement. Human, do not assume that your attempts at manipulation escape my notice. I can read your thoughts as clearly as the light of day. Even the weakest fragment of my soul possesses the capability to annihilate your entire world in a matter of seconds. Yet, I perceive the potential benefits of utilizing you to further my own aims. Furthermore, I sense an ancient power dormant within you, the Queen declared, her voice tinged with a hidden sense of intrigue. A chill coursed through Michael's being as he felt the probing gaze of the ancient being, a sensation that left him feeling exposed and vulnerable. I comprehend now why Mugishiku chose you to locate my scattered soul pieces. This dormant power within you possesses the ability to fulfill that task. However, it remains dormant, choosing to hide from its predators. At its current stage, this power is incapable of defeating them. I can assist you in awakening this power for a limited duration in exchange for your pledge. The Queen's words dripped with insidious intent and an icy aura of authority. What is it that you desire? Michael inquired, his voice filled with a mixture of caution and curiosity. What you behold here is not a mere fragment of my soul, but rather my energy infused with a fraction of my consciousness. I left it as a beacon to guide the way towards my other scattered soul fragments, despite being imprisoned by someone I hold utmost disdain for. The queen clarified, her voice resonating with a mix of bitterness and determination. And you wish for me to locate this soul fragment that your consciousness has discovered and deliver it to Mugishido, Michael surmised. Yes and no. It would be prudent for you to locate my soul piece, but instead of handing over the crystal that contains it to Mugishiku, leave it within the place you refer to as the demon's grave, the queen commanded, her voice leaving no room for negotiation. The temptation to awaken the dormant system was too alluring for Michael to resist. He recognized the symbiotic relationship between himself and the system, realizing that if the queen could temporarily awaken the system, he could utilize the accumulated badass points to locate more hidden seeds of darkness and find a permanent solution to prevent the system from remaining offline. I can fulfill your request. You have my word, Michael pledged, his tone laced with a tinge of eagerness and caution. I care not for your words, human. Failure to uphold this agreement will result in the wrath of my minion, Mugishiku. You would be wise to honor your promise, the queen warned, her voice chillingly devoid of mercy. Understood, Michael replied. A brief silence enveloped the cavern, broken only by the queen's voice as she continued to speak. Absorb my energy, and it shall awaken your dormant power, the queen commanded, her words carrying a commanding authority. Suddenly, a pulsating sensation surged through Michael's mind, a familiar hum signaling the reawakening of the system. To his surprise and elation, he heard the long-lost voice of the system once again. System rebooting. Unknown power has overridden safe mode. Energy absorption has commenced. The queen's voice echoed with a commanding tone as she issued her next instruction. Destroy the cage, human. Break the constraints that hold my energy captive, she commanded, her words laced with a mix of authority and anticipation. Michael's instincts compelled him to obey, his mind filled with a surge of dark energy. Beams of darkness shot forth from his eyes, their intensity growing with each passing moment. With a tremendous burst of power, the beams struck the metal cage, shattering it into countless fragments. The once imprisoned energy, now liberated, radiated with a strange aura, as if undergoing a transformation. If the system had remained offline and silent, Michael's initial instinct would have been to exercise caution and avoid breaking the cage that held the queen's energy. His analytical mind would have evaluated the potential risks and consequences of such an action. However, the awakening of the system introduced a new element into the equation. Its whispered guidance and subtle influence, coupled with Michael's trust in its judgment, shifted his perspective. The system's suggestion to break the cage and absorb the energy resonated with his deepest instincts, convincing him that it was a necessary and advantageous course of action. In this symbiotic relationship between man and system, their combined instincts and the whispered promises of power led Michael to make the fateful decision to shatter the cage and embrace the queen's energy. As the shattered fragments of the cage fell to the ground, the released energy began to manifest itself in a peculiar manner. It swirled and twisted, coalescing into intricate patterns and symbols that danced in the air around Michael. The energy seemed to be drawn towards him, and a powerful force drew it inward. Within Michael's being, the system that had lain dormant for what felt like an eternity greedily absorbed the newfound energy. It crackled and surged, merging with the dark sliver of energy that had once been the queen's. The merging of the two forces produced an otherworldly glow, as if a cosmic exchange was occurring within Michael's very core. With each passing moment, the dark sliver of energy dissipated, vanishing into Michael's body. The absorption completed, the once dormant system hummed with renewed vigor, intertwining with the latent power that had been awakened. Michael's senses sharpened, his veins pulsating with a newfound strength, as if the amalgamation of dark energy and system had forged him into something beyond human. As the final remnants of the Queen's energy vanished, Michael stood before the radiant aftermath of the cage's destruction, a transformation evident in his eyes. Chapter 988. The system is back online. System online. The system will go offline in 1 hour. As the system came back online, its familiar voice echoed within Michael's mind, bringing a sense of reassurance and excitement. "I'm glad to have you back, system," he whispered. With the system's return, Michael knew he had a powerful tool at his disposal, one that could aid him in his quest for the seeds of darkness. "I need to know where to find more seeds of darkness," Michael stated, his voice filled with determination. The system's response was swift and concise. To locate all the seeds of darkness, a total of 5 million badass points is required. Once the points are paid, I will provide you with a comprehensive map containing their locations. Michael paused for a moment, considering the significance of the task at hand. He had worked tirelessly to accumulate his badass points, and now they would be put to the ultimate test. With a resolute nod, he replied, "Agreed. Points deducted. Transfer complete. Map containing the locations of the seeds of darkness has been added to your system storage." A surge of satisfaction coursed through Michael's veins as he felt the weight of the task ahead. The map would be his guide, leading him to the hidden sources of power and darkness. "And system, do you recall the Phoenix project we previously discussed? It seems that the time has come for its completion," Michael remarked, his voice tinged with a hint of anticipation. "Although I hope it won't be necessary, I have a feeling that I might need it soon. The system is capable of completing the Phoenix project, but a total of 10 million badass points is required for its execution. Consider it done," Michael responded without hesitation. With the system fully operational, even if only for an hour, he wasted no time in setting his plans into motion, carefully orchestrating the unfolding events and preparing the stage for the imminent battles that lay ahead. After returning from the cave, Michael entered his forge in the Demon's Grave, where the metal he required from Saber was waiting for him. The flickering flames of the forge cast eerie shadows on the walls, creating an atmosphere of anticipation. He approached the workbench and carefully retrieved the parchment where he had sketched the designs for his armor and Gaia's armor. Unfolding the parchment, Michael studied the intricate details of each piece, envisioning how they would come to life. He knew that the completion of his armor required not only skill, but also the finest metals. With the system back online, it had provided him with a comprehensive list of suitable metals, thanks to the information he had received from Saber. However, as he reviewed the list, Michael realized that his priorities had shifted. He had spent a significant amount of his accumulated badass points on life-saving backup plans and crucial resources that were more important than obtaining the Dark or for his armor. The cost of acquiring the Dark, or through badass points, exceeded the remaining points he possessed. Undeterred by this setback, Michael made a decision. He would proceed with forging his armor using the worldly metals available to him, knowing that the expertise of a skilled blacksmith like himself could still create a formidable piece of equipment. He would reserve the option to upgrade the armor with the Dark, or in the future once he had accumulated the necessary points or discovered alternative means of obtaining it. With resolute determination, Michael began gathering the required materials, carefully selecting the metals that possessed the desired properties and strength. Igniting the forge with a wave of his hand, he set the temperature to the perfect level, allowing the metals to heat and soften. As the flames danced and the heat intensified, Michael wielded his hammer with practiced precision, shaping the metals according to the design he had sketched. Each strike echoed through the forge, resonating with his unwavering determination. Hours turned into days as Michael tirelessly worked on his armor, meticulously crafting each piece with unwavering attention to detail. The clang of metal against metal filled the air, harmonizing with the rhythmic beating of his heart. With every strike, he poured his essence into the creation, infusing the armor with his dark energy. Throughout the forging process, thoughts of Gaia lingered in Michael's mind. He knew he had to fashion armor worthy of his soon-to-be wife, a reflection of her strength and beauty. He took a moment to sketch the design for Gaia's armor, ensuring that it complemented his own while also capturing her essence. After a long day of forging, Eladir entered the forge, his eyes filled with concern. He couldn't help but worry about Michael, who seemed completely engrossed in his work, oblivious to the impending wedding day. As Eladir stepped into the dimly lit forge, his gaze fell upon two tall figures shrouded in dark cloth, piquing his curiosity. "My lord, your wedding is tomorrow. You should get some rest and prepare for the big day," Eladir gently reminded Michael, hoping to draw his attention away from the forge. Michael's face lit up with excitement as he turned to face Eladir. With anticipation in his voice, he exclaimed, "Ah, Eladir, you've arrived at the perfect time." As Eladir's eyes fell upon the draped figures, Michael approached them, his movements filled with a sense of pride and accomplishment. Slowly and deliberately, he removed the black cloth, revealing the two awe-inspiring armors he had forged. The first armor, crafted according to Michael's sketch, emanated an intimidating presence. The chest plate, adorned with a fearsome skull, had crimson eyes that seemed to exude an aura of menacing power. Gone was the need for a mask, as the armor covered Michael's entire body from neck to toe. Metallic wings, seamlessly integrated into the armor structure, caught the light with a reflective gleam, hinting at their immense strength. These wings bestowed upon him the ability to defy gravity, enabling him to navigate treacherous environments such as the perilous Demon's Grave. The armor incorporated various powerful tools, including the APD Mark III grappling hook and the versatile Olympus. A spraying mechanism on his palm provided him with the means to release potent toxins and poisons when necessary. What delighted him most, however, was the ingenious face cloak system he had devised. With a simple activation, a menacing skull mask concealed his face, offering protection in underwater settings or when he required additional shielding for his head. Majestic capes billowed regally when the wings were closed, and sword sheaths adorned his back, allowing easy access to his trusted blades. Strategically placed slots around his waist were designed to hold an array of gadgets and tools, ensuring he was prepared for any battle that lay ahead. Besides Michael's armor stood Gaia's counterpart, an identical ensemble with slight alterations to accommodate her feminine form. The breastplate was meticulously shaped to fit her curves, while an intricate engraving of a cobra graced the center of the skull emblem. The armor, predominantly black, featured silver and red linings along the edges, accentuating its dark allure. Just like Michael's, Gaia's armor possessed the metallic black wings that promised flight and freedom. The surface of the armor shimmered, its sheen reflecting the forge's flickering flames, while an air of terror emanated from its terrifying appearance. Eladir stood in awe, beholding the magnificent armors that Michael had created. The craftsmanship, attention to detail, and sheer power exuded from them left him speechless. It was clear that these armors were not mere tools for battle, but embodiments of Michael and Gaia's journey, their devotion to each other, and the darkness that coursed through their veins. In that moment, Eladir understood that Michael's commitment to forging the perfect armors had a profound significance beyond their physical form. They represented their unity, their unyielding determination to face whatever challenges awaited them as a couple. "Eladir, please see to it that these armors are delivered to the Phoenix Project," Michael instructed as he turned to leave the forge. "I think it's time for me to freshen up. The scent of metal and fire clings to me." With that, Michael strode out of the forge, the weight of his responsibilities temporarily lifted from his shoulders. Leaving the castle behind, he made his way towards a nearby waterfall, a place of tranquility where he could cleanse both his body and mind. The anticipation of the upcoming wedding filled his thoughts, and even though Eve had kept the location a secret, he had full confidence in Saber and the elder vampires to ensure its security. As the cascading water enveloped him, washing away the remnants of soot and sweat, Michael allowed himself a moment of respite. The cool mist embraced him, rejuvenating his spirit and sharpening his focus. Being the Dark Lord, the most formidable entity in the world, he knew that his presence alone was often enough to deter any potential threats. Yet, he remained vigilant, understanding the importance of the occasion and the need for meticulous preparations. As the water fell gracefully around him, Michael contemplated the path he had walked, the battles fought, and the sacrifices made to reach this momentous day. He couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude for the loyal comrades who had stood by his side, each playing an integral role in his journey. Their unwavering support had brought him to the precipice of this joyous union with Gaia, and for that, he was truly grateful. Emerging from the waterfall, his body refreshed and his mind clear, Michael made his way back to the castle. As he approached, he could sense the energy and excitement building in the air. The grandeur of the occasion was palpable, and he was ready to embrace the celebration of love that awaited him. With his armor forged, his subordinates handling the necessary arrangements, and his heart filled with anticipation, Michael stepped into the castle, ready to embark on the next chapter of his extraordinary life. While Michael was preparing for his big day, Dagon stepped into the temple of the god of darkness in the realm of gods. A foreboding atmosphere enveloped him. The chamber was shrouded in darkness, lit only by a few candles that burned with an eerie blue light. Shadows danced along the ancient stone walls, casting twisted silhouettes upon the cold floor. At the far end of the temple stood a colossal statue, a depiction of the god of darkness himself, Michael. The temple's worshippers, devout followers of the god of darkness, lay scattered and unconscious, felled by Dagon's minions who had swiftly subdued them. Silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by Dagon's echoing footsteps as he advanced toward the towering statue. As he reached the base, Dagon extended his hand, his fingertips grazing the cool surface of the obsidian figure. To his astonishment, the statue quivered beneath his touch as if infused with a surge of life. A hidden compartment, previously concealed beneath the statue's feet, creaked open, revealing a small black box made of a mysterious, shimmering metal. A golden light radiated from within, casting an ethereal glow upon Dagon's face. "Graces of gods," Dagon mumbled in awe, his eyes fixed on the radiant box. With trembling hands, he carefully lifted the precious artifact from its resting place. His gaze flickered up to meet the unyielding gaze of the statue above him, his lips curling into a wicked grin. "Let the battle begin," Dagon declared, his voice laced with anticipation. With a decisive motion, he opened the black box, and a flurry of sparkling lights burst forth, darting through the air before vanishing into the shadows beyond the temple's boundaries. Chapter 989. The big wedding. The long-awaited day had finally arrived. The island, bathed in the ethereal glow of 3 dazzling moons, exuded an enchanting aura. Lush green grass, meticulously pruned and shimmering under the moonlight, stretched out as far as the eye could see. Delicate petals of black roses adorned the pathways, leading to a grand altar adorned with obsidian pillars and silver draperies that billowed gently in the breeze. The island had been transformed into a realm of dark elegance, where nature and artistry melded seamlessly. Moonlight cascaded through intricately woven canopies, casting enchanting patterns upon the ground. Crystal chandeliers, suspended from ancient trees, twinkled with 1,000 iridescent lights, creating an otherworldly ambience. Floral arrangements of black orchids, crimson lilies, and dark calla lilies mingled with rare thorny vines, forming a tapestry of contrasting beauty. Candles flickered in ornate holders, casting a soft, mesmerizing glow upon the faces of the guests. A majestic arch, adorned with intertwining vines and delicate silver chains, framed the couple's ceremonial space. At its pinnacle, a magnificent black opal, glowing with an inner fire, stood as a symbol of eternal union. As the guests arrived, They marveled at the breathtaking scene that unfolded before their eyes. They found their seats upon silver-padded chairs, their backs adorned with midnight blue satin bows. Soft, haunting melodies filled the air as skilled musicians played haunting melodies on stringed instruments. From the edges of the island, the sapphire waves of the dark sea lapped gently against the shore, harmonizing with the symphony of love and celebration. The sky above was an artist's canvas, painted with countless stars that twinkled in harmony with the moons, creating a celestial canopy overhead. All around, a sense of joy and anticipation hung in the air as friends, allies, and dignitaries gathered to witness the union of the Dark Lord and his beloved. This was a moment that transcended darkness, a moment of unity and newfound hope that would forever be etched in the annals of their world. On the edge of the island, 3 magnificent portals had been meticulously constructed. The first, larger and adorned with swirling obsidian patterns, awaited the arrival of the Dark Lord himself. The second, adorned with delicate silver and gold filigree, stood ready for the radiant entrance of the bride, Gaia. The third, for the esteemed guests, shimmered with a translucent energy, inviting them to step into the realm of enchantment. Only the closest friends and family of the Dark Lord and Gaia had received the honor of an invitation. As the portals hummed with power, a sense of anticipation rippled through the air. The array of arrays and protective runes, intricately etched into the ground around the island, glowed softly, serving as both a decorative element and a security measure. Among the first to emerge from the guest portal was Cindy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She was accompanied by Claire, a striking beauty with cascading blonde hair, who guided her gently towards their designated seating. Raylene, Cindy's mother, exuded elegance as she walked gracefully alongside them, her presence commanding attention and respect. Saber, a trusted ally and confidant of the Dark Lord, strode with a dignified AI. Tiberius, a formidable warrior with a quiet strength, stood tall and proud, his attire a perfect blend of regality and power. Dalar, the imposing orc, his rough exterior softened by a touch of sophistication, made his way towards the seating area with a determined stride. Each guest, dressed in their finest attire, showcased a unique blend of elegance and individuality. They moved with grace and purpose, their footsteps punctuated by the gentle rustle of rich fabrics. Laughter and whispers filled the air as old friends greeted one another, their anticipation growing with each passing moment. As they took their seats, the island became a tapestry of colors and personalities, a gathering of those closest to the Dark Lord and Gaia. The stage was set, the scene beautifully orchestrated, as they awaited the arrival of the Dark Lord and his radiant bride. The guests looked around in awe, their eyes wide with wonder at the breathtaking beauty of the island and its enchanting decorations. Trista, her voice filled with admiration, remarked, "Eve has truly outdone herself. This is a sight to behold." Saber nodded in agreement, his usually stoic expression softened by a genuine smile. Indeed, she has poured her heart and soul into making this day unforgettable. Tiberius, his gaze fixed on the intricate details, marveled, "I've never seen anything quite like this. It's as if we've stepped into a realm of pure magic." Arya, her voice filled with excitement, added, "Every little detail, from the sparkling lights to the delicate flowers, it's like a dream come true." Raylene, her eyes shimmering with pride, turned to Claire and said, "You and Eve have done an exceptional job. This is beyond anything I could have imagined." Claire blushed modestly, her voice tinged with gratitude. "Thank you, Raylene. It was an honor to assist in creating this magical ambience." As the guests marveled at the decorations, their attention was momentarily drawn to a flicker of movement in the sky. Trista's eyes widened as she whispered, "Do you see them?" Saber nodded, his voice barely audible. The Vampire Death squad members, concealed from prying eyes. They're the Dark Lord's last line of defense, vigilant and prepared for any unexpected turn of events. Gibson, Corey, Titus, Optimus and Ricky exchanged impressed glances, their voices filled with awe. "Such attention to detail and thoughtfulness," Gibson remarked. "Indeed," Corey agreed. "It's clear that no expense was spared in creating this grand spectacle." Titus added, "The Dark Lord and Gaia truly deserve nothing but the best on their special day." Optimus, his voice filled with admiration, stated, "I'm honored to be part of this celebration. It's like stepping into a fairy tale." Ricky nodded, his eyes reflecting the shimmering lights surrounding them. "I couldn't agree more. This island and the atmosphere, it's simply magical." As the guests continued to explore the enchanting setting, their expressions mirrored a shared sentiment of amazement and gratitude. This was a momentous occasion, a testament to love and unity, where every detail had been carefully crafted to create a truly unforgettable experience. Cindy, her eyes sparkling with excitement, tugged at Raylene's sleeve and exclaimed, "Mommy, Ghost and Gaia are going to look so beautiful as husband and wife. I want a wedding like this when I grow up." Her innocence and enthusiasm brought smiles to everyone's faces. Claire, unable to contain her amusement, knelt down to Cindy's eye level and teasingly remarked, "Well, Cindy, we'll have to find you the perfect Prince Charming when the time comes." Trista playfully joined in, adding, "But we won't let you get married just yet. You're too young." Gibson, Corey, Titus, Optimus, and Ricky chuckled at the adorable exchange, their laughter blending with the gentle waves crashing against the shore. Gibson ruffled Cindy's hair affectionately, saying, "You have plenty of time, little one. Enjoy being a child for now." Cindy pouted playfully, crossing her arms and retorting, "But it's so pretty. I want a big wedding with flowers and lights, just like Ghost and Gaia's." Her determination and enthusiasm brought warmth to their hearts. Raylene, her voice filled with love and amusement, hugged Cindy tightly. "One day, sweetheart, you'll have the wedding of your dreams. But for now, let's enjoy this beautiful celebration and make wonderful memories together." As the guests laughed and shared in the joyful banter, the innocence of Cindy's wishes reminded them of the preciousness of youth and the magic of love. They cherished this moment, knowing that it would be a memory to hold dear for years to come. When the anticipation reached its peak, the atmosphere crackled with excitement. The portal designated for the Dark Lord shimmered with an ethereal glow, drawing everyone's attention. Dark flames danced along the edges of the portal, casting a mesmerizing play of shadows. And then, with an air of regal grace, the Dark Lord stepped through the portal, accompanied by the ever-loyal Eladir. Gasps of astonishment escaped from the lips of the guests as they laid eyes upon their enigmatic leader. Dressed in a tuxedo that perfectly blended the elegance of the modern world with the medieval flair of their realm, the Dark Lord was a vision of dashing allure. The ensemble consisted of a tailored black coat with intricate silver embroidery along the edges, highlighting his commanding presence. The coat cascaded down to his knees, accentuating his lean physique and regal stature. Beneath the coat, he wore a crisp white shirt, its collar adorned with a black silk cravat elegantly tied in a knot. His pants were a deep shade of charcoal, tailored to perfection, while his black leather boots added a touch of rugged sophistication. But it was the Dark Lord's transformation that truly left everyone stunned. He had shaved his stubble beard, revealing a chiseled jawline, and his shoulder-length black hair was carefully pruned, framing his face with a captivating allure. His piercing eyes held a glimmer of both power and vulnerability, captivating the hearts of all who beheld him. As whispers of awe and admiration spread through the guests, a collective realization washed over them. The Dark Lord, their feared and revered leader, was not only a formidable force, but also a man of breathtaking handsomeness. The contrast of his dark aura with his striking appearance created an irresistible magnetism, leaving everyone mesmerized. In that moment, the beauty of the island and the grandeur of the wedding faded into the background. All eyes were fixed upon the Dark Lord, their hearts quickening at the sight of this unexpected and captivating transformation. Whispers of admiration and disbelief floated through the guests, their voices tinged with awe and astonishment. "Have you ever seen him look so handsome?" Trista murmured, her eyes never leaving the Dark Lord. Arya nodded in agreement, a dreamy smile playing on her lips. "I've always known he was powerful, but this is something else entirely. He's positively enchanting." Raylene, unable to contain her amazement, leaned in closer to Claire. "Is it even possible for someone to be that attractive? Gaia is a lucky woman." Claire chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "I think every woman in this room is feeling a little jealous right now. Who could resist such a lure?" Cindy tugged on Saber's sleeve, her eyes wide with wonder. "Ghost looks like a prince from a fairy tale. He's so handsome, Saber. I want a wedding just like this." Saber ruffled Cindy's hair affectionately, a playful glint in his eyes. "Well, little one, we'll make sure your wedding is just as magical. But remember, we won't let anyone steal you away from us so easily." Gibson, standing nearby, chimed in with a smirk. "Sorry, Cindy, but you're stuck with us. No one else can match up to your awesomeness." The guests laughed, the joyous sound filling the air as they reveled in the enchanting atmosphere and the captivating presence of their Dark Lord. Each conversation, filled with admiration and playful banter, echoed the unanimous sentiment. The Dark Lord was a vision of unparalleled handsomeness, capturing the hearts of all who beheld him. Time seemed to stand still as the portal of the bride shimmered with a radiant golden light. Anticipation filled the air, and all eyes turned toward the glowing portal. Through the ethereal haze, Gaia emerged, a vision of exquisite beauty. Gasps of admiration escaped the lips of the guests as they beheld her. Gaia's flowing black hair cascaded down her shoulders, complementing her flawless complexion and accentuating her striking features. Her eyes sparkled with a mixture of excitement and love, while her elegant posture exuded grace and confidence. Gaia wore a gown that seemed to have been woven from moonlight itself. The dress hugged her curves delicately, before cascading into layers of ethereal white fabric that trailed behind her. The bodice was adorned with intricate silver embroidery, shimmering like stardust, and delicate lace sleeves draped gracefully over her arms. The gown's neckline dipped modestly, accentuating her collarbones and drawing attention to the radiant smile that graced her lips. The guests were captivated, their breaths held in awe, as Gaia glided down the aisle, her every step a testament to her beauty. Michael stood at the altar, his heart racing, his eyes fixed on his radiant bride. For a moment, he was rendered speechless, his gaze locked with hers. Claire, standing beside Trista, leaned in and whispered, her voice filled with wonder, "She's like a goddess. So stunning, it's almost unreal." Trista nodded, her voice filled with admiration. "He is a lucky man. She's the epitome of elegance and beauty." Saber, his eyes never leaving Gaia, leaned towards Raylene. "Look at her, Raylene. She's like a celestial being. I've never seen a bride more radiant." Raylene, her voice filled with emotion, replied, "She's the perfect match for our Dark Lord. They are truly meant for each other." Adelia, with a proud and gentle expression, walked alongside her daughter down the aisle. Vidora, perched gracefully on Adelia's shoulder, seemed to radiate a sense of calm and wisdom, her presence adding a touch of enchantment to the scene. All eyes were fixed on Gaia and Michael, their gazes locked, as if the world around them had faded into insignificance. The guests watched in awe as the bride and her mother made their way towards the awaiting Dark Lord. Gaia's every step exuded grace and elegance, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and happiness. The soft rustle of her wedding dress seemed to harmonize with the gentle breeze, lending an ethereal quality to her movement. Adelia, her face beaming with motherly pride, guided Gaia with a gentle touch, offering both support and love. Michael stood at the altar, his eyes never leaving his bride. A sense of wonder and admiration filled his gaze as he took in the vision before him. In that moment, it was as if time stood still and the world existed solely for their union. The guests observed this tender exchange, their hearts swelling with joy for the couple. Whispers of awe and appreciation rippled through the crowd as they witnessed the profound connection between Gaia and Michael. Claire, her voice filled with emotion, turned to Arya beside her. "Look at them, Arya. They're meant to be together. Such love and devotion." Arya nodded, her eyes misty with tears of happiness. "Yes, Claire. It's as if they were destined to find each other. They look absolutely mesmerized by one another." The atmosphere was charged with a mixture of anticipation, love, and enchantment. As Gaia drew closer to Michael, the air seemed to shimmer with the palpable energy of their union. It was a moment of profound beauty and significance, one that would forever be etched in the memories of all who bore witness to their love. Ellider's voice resonated with a sense of reverence as he continued. "Marriage is a sacred commitment, a sanctuary of love and understanding where two souls find solace in one another's embrace. It is a partnership that calls upon you, Dark Lord, and you, Gaia, to stand as pillars of strength for one another, to lift each other up in times of doubt, to provide solace in moments of sorrow, and to celebrate each other's triumphs." He turned his gaze towards Michael and said, "Dark Lord, as you stand here today, know that the strength of your character, the depth of your love, and the unwavering devotion you offer to Gaia will guide her through life's uncertainties. It is through your actions and your unwavering support that you shall inspire her to be her best self, to flourish and thrive." Ellider's eyes shifted to Gaia, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "And Gaia, as you stand by the side of the Dark Lord, know that your love, compassion, and unwavering loyalty will serve as a beacon of light in his darkest moments. Your presence shall bring him comfort, and your understanding shall be his refuge." He turned his attention back to the couple before him, his voice filled with heartfelt sincerity. "May your journey together be blessed with unwavering love, unbreakable bonds, and a shared destiny that transcends time. Cherish one another, uplift one another, and never forget that the strength of your love will carry you through life's greatest challenges." As Ellider's words hung in the air, the atmosphere was filled with a profound sense of unity and purpose. The couple exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting the depth of their commitment and the promises they held within their hearts. In that moment, they knew that their love was not merely a fleeting flame, but a blazing fire that would guide them through every step of their shared path. Ellider, recognizing the couple's preference for brevity, smiled warmly and nodded. "In the spirit of your wishes, let us proceed without lengthy speeches. Dark Lord, Gaia, please share your heartfelt sentiments." Michael took a step forward, his eyes fixed on Gaia with unwavering adoration. With a voice filled with conviction, he spoke, "I stand here today, surrounded by the love and support of those who have joined us in this celebration. But there is one truth I want to share. In this vast world, if a man claims to have fallen in love with a woman, he would never have the capacity to fall in love with another. If he does, then he never truly fell in love with the first." His words carried a sense of absolute devotion, a testament to the depth of his love for Gaia. The guests listened intently, captivated by the sincerity and conviction in his voice. Gaia, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, stepped forward to speak. Her voice trembled with emotion as she addressed the gathered crowd. "I'm not one for grand speeches, but I stand here today in the presence of all the people who hold a special place in our hearts to say a heartfelt thank you." Her gaze met Michael's, and she continued, her voice filled with love and gratitude. "Thank you for seeing me for who I truly am, for accepting and embracing every part of me. You have shown me a love so pure and unconditional. It has transformed my world. Today, as we embark on this journey together, I promise to stand by your side, to cherish and nurture the love we share." The guests applauded, touched by the sincerity of Michael and Gaia's words. Their love, expressed in its simplest form, resonated deeply within the hearts of all who witnessed the exchange. Eladir, his eyes gleaming with joy, concluded the moment with a smile. "May your love continue to grow, nourished by the bond you share and the unbreakable commitment you have made to one another. Today, we celebrate your union and the beginning of a beautiful chapter in your lives." Eladir, his voice filled with warmth and joy, turned to Gaia and asked, "Gaia, do you accept him as your husband, to love, honor, and cherish him in both joyful and challenging times?" Gaia, her eyes sparkling with love and happiness, nodded fervently. "Yes, with all my heart." Eladir then turned to Michael and asked, "Do you accept Gaia as your wife, to love, honor, and protect her in both joyful and challenging times?" Michael's voice resonated with unwavering certainty. "Yes, with all that I am." With a radiant smile, Eladir declared, "By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife." As the guests erupted into applause, Eladir presented the wedding rings, a symbol of their eternal commitment. Gently, Michael and Gaia took each other's hands, slipping the rings onto their fingers, a gesture of love and unity. Eladir's voice filled the air once more. "You may now seal your vows with a kiss." Time seemed to stand still as Michael and Gaia leaned in, their lips meeting in a tender and passionate embrace. The guests rose to their feet, showering the newlyweds with flowers and applause. Joy and celebration filled the air, mingling with laughter and cheers. Amidst the vibrant display of affection and admiration, the couple stood embraced, their hearts overflowing with love and gratitude. The moment marked the beginning of their shared journey, a union blessed by the love of those who surrounded them. As the petals of countless flowers danced around them, Michael and Gaia reveled in the euphoria of their union, knowing that their love had triumphed and that their souls had found their perfect match. They were now husband and wife, ready to face the future hand in hand, with the unwavering support of their loved ones by their side. The celebration continued in full swing as the enchanting melodies played by Ricky, Daniel, and the talented vampires filled the air. The infectious rhythm beckoned the guests to the dance floor, where laughter and joy echoed through every step. Gaia and Michael, their eyes locked with love and mirth, swayed together, their bodies moving in perfect harmony. The aroma of delectable delicacies wafted through the air, drawing everyone towards the feast prepared by Raylene. The tables were adorned with an array of mouth-watering dishes, each one a masterpiece in its own right. Succulent roasted meats, accompanied by a medley of herbs and spices, delighted the senses. Colorful salads burst with freshness and flavor, while platters of exquisite pastries tempted even the most disciplined palates. Guests gathered around, savoring the culinary delights, their taste buds tingling with pleasure. Raylene's culinary expertise was evident in every bite, as her creations showcased a perfect balance of flavors and textures. Laughter and compliments filled the air as each dish was savored, and the sound of clinking glasses and toasts resonated throughout the night. Amidst the festivities, Cindy, with her infectious energy, twirled and danced amongst the ladies, filling the atmosphere with her youthful enthusiasm. Saber, Delar, Raylene, Claire, and Eve, their usual stoic demeanor forgotten, joined in the merriment, their smiles lighting up the night. Gaia and Michael watched with adoration, their hearts filled with joy at the sight of their loved ones immersed in the celebration. As Cindy spun and twirled, Gaia and Michael shared a knowing glance. Michael's deep voice resonated with amusement as he said, "Look at our little dancer." Gaia's laughter bubbled forth as she replied, "She knows how to light up a room. I just wish the ugly lizard was here." Their voices mingled with the music and laughter, a symphony of love and happiness. The beauty of the moment was not lost on them, as they reveled in the love and unity that surrounded them. The wedding, a celebration of their love, had become a joyous occasion for all, a testament to the bonds forged through friendship and shared experiences. As the night unfolded, the dance floor became a whirlwind of movement, with guests of all ages and backgrounds joining in the festivities. The once reserved vampires allowed themselves to be carried away by the rhythm, their graceful movements intertwining with those of their human counterparts. Amidst the delight and joy that filled the air, unbeknownst to the guests, a different presence loomed in the distant realm of gods. The god of war, a powerful and enigmatic deity, had taken notice of the momentous occasion taking place on the small island. Only the passage of time held the answer to the god's intentions. Would he choose to grace the wedding with his presence, bestowing his blessings upon the union of Gaia and Michael? Or would his wrath be unleashed, throwing the joyous celebration into chaos and upheaval? Chapter 991, War God of the Pantheon. While Michael's marriage celebration was going on full swing, in the realm of gods, where chaos and rumors of Dagon's return swirled, a towering figure commanded attention. This godly being was Rudra, the war god, a sight to behold. Standing taller and broader than any mortal, his muscular frame exuded power and strength. His fiery red hair cascaded down his back, complementing his commanding presence. Adorned in gleaming golden armor, Rudra's arms were protected, while his sculpted chest and well-defined abs were proudly displayed. His shoulders bore the weight of majestic lion heads, intricately crafted and attached to his shoulder plates, symbolizing his ferocity and dominance. Atop a hill, on a bed of gold, Rudra reclined, a goblet of wine in his hand. The setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and gold, casting a warm glow upon the god's features. His aura resonated with divine power, radiating an aura of authority and awe-inspiring might. The mountaintop where Rudra found solace was strewn with fragments of stone, remnants of golems that had met their demise during his relentless training. Each shattered piece bore testament to the god's formidable strength and unwavering dedication to his craft. In this tranquil moment, Rudra, the embodiment of war and battle, found respite. The world outside may have been plagued by chaos and rumors, but here, on his golden throne, he could bask in the glory of his own divinity. As Rudra reveled in his pocket dimension, an intrusive light pierced through the serenity. Annoyance etched upon his features. He shook his head disapprovingly, disrupted from his cherished moment of relaxation. Gradually, the luminous glow transformed into the ethereal figure of a woman with radiant golden hair. "Seraphine, I don't recall extending an invitation to my domain," Rudra asserted with a commanding voice that resonated like thunder. "We have discovered the graces of the gods trapped in the mortal realm." "Rudra," Seraphine disclosed, her tone carrying a mixture of astonishment and concern. Unfazed by Seraphine's news, Rudra exhibited no emotions, except for his irritation at having his peaceful time disturbed by the goddess of information. "Good for you," he retorted dismissively, reclining once more upon his opulent golden bed, deliberately averting his gaze from Seraphine. "They were imprisoned within the temple of the god of darkness, and Dagon has released them," Seraphine divulged. The moment Rudra heard the names god of darkness and Dagon, his nonchalant facade dissipated, replaced by a flicker of excitement as he lifted his gaze to meet Seraphine's expectant eyes. Amused, Rudra contemplated the revelation. "So, all this time, the graces were hiding right under our noses. And Dagon, how did he manage to breach our realm from the depths of hell? I can only imagine the frenzy the Pantheon must be in," he mused, flexing his formidable, godly muscles. "Andor is currently handling Dagon's presence. The Pantheon requests that you ensure Dagon's swift return to the depths of hell," Seraphine conveyed, prompting a chuckle from Rudra. Andor? That guy always complicates matters for the sake of appearing like a master strategist. All he does is waste time and lays around all day. Hold on a moment. You mentioned Dagon freeing the Graces from the Dark God's temple. Didn't you inform me that Dagon was unable to breach our realm through the protective barrier surrounding the mortal realm? Rudra inquired. Seraphine sighed wearily, continuing with her explanation. Somehow, Dagon managed to momentarily enter our realm and unleash the Graces. I am now certain he is amassing his forces within the realm between. As a fallen god, Dagon possesses the ability to transcend the barrier erected by the Dark God. The only hindrance preventing his full incursion into our realm is the artifacts that bind him to hell. Andor leads the Skyhall army against Dagon's Hellwalkers. However, Andor cannot unleash his full power without leaving that damn castle. So, you expect me to venture into the realm between and join forces with Andor's mortal army? Rudra questioned, his tone dripping with disdain at the mere suggestion put forth by Seraphine. Let me make this clear, Rudra. Dagon is unable to escape hell until his Hell Walkers break the artifacts within the realm between. Andor is confined to his castle, unable to enter the realm of gods, and we are unable to step into the mortal realm until the barrier created by the Dark God is dismantled. The Pantheon desires the Dark God's current incarnation to break the remaining 3 seals, allowing us to breach the barrier and confront Dagon directly in hell. Do you understand? Seraphine explained, simplifying the intricate situation. It seems straightforward enough. Although I'm certain the Pantheon and Andor have concocted an elaborate plan to make themselves appear as masters of the universe, pulling off intricate strategies and such. Rudra chuckled at the thought of the Pantheon's machinations. Things are not as simple as they may appear, Rudra. Perhaps for you, the war god who charges into battle with sheer brute force and no need for elaborate plans, Seraphine remarked with a serious tone. I always have a plan, Seraphine. It's called power. Overwhelming power surpasses strategies any day, Rudra stated confidently, rising from his golden bed to face Seraphine. No matter how intricate an ant's plans may be, all it takes is a single step to crush both their plan and their life, Rudra declared confidently, causing Seraphine to sigh in resignation. She knew better than to argue with Rudra, for he had proven himself victorious time and time again against the enemies of the Pantheon. After all, he was the god of war for a reason. Will you venture into the realm in between? Seraphine asked, seeking a direct answer. However, instead of responding immediately, Rudra lifted his wine glass, savoring a slow sip before continuing. Fighting the Hell Walkers would serve no purpose. A war cannot be won by winning a solitary battle. Victory in this war with Dagon will only be achieved when his head lies severed on the ground. To defeat him, we must confront him at his weakest point, Rudra explained, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Seraphine couldn't help but grin inwardly, recognizing the fervor that always consumed Rudra. While he may not possess the strategic prowess of Andor, when it came to winning wars, there was no god more adept than the god of war himself. What do you propose, Rudra? As I've said, I dislike convoluted plans. My strategy is simple. I shall send a fraction of my divine essence into the mortal realm, locating the 3 seal bearers and allowing the current incarnation of the Dark God to eliminate them. This will grant us access to hell, where we can confront Dagon directly before he sets foot in our realm. Rudra outlined his plan, noting the alignment with Andor's own strategy. Normally, Seraphine would never involve Rudra and Andor in the same endeavor, for their mutual animosity ran deep. However, time was of the essence, and the Pantheon needed Rudra's formidable presence. What about the Dark God? What do you intend to do with him? Seraphine inquired, her curiosity piqued. She knew that 5,000 years ago, Rudra had harbored a burning desire to confront the God of Darkness. However, the Dark God had reset the universe and erected a formidable barrier between the mortal realm and the realm of gods, effectively preventing a clash between them. Rudra had been denied the opportunity to engage in battle with his ancient adversary. But now, with Rudra's power to send a sliver of his grace through the weakened barrier following the demise of several seal-bearers, the long-awaited clash between the god of darkness and the god of war seemed feasible. What is he up to in the mortal realm? Rudra inquired, withholding his own plan involving the god of darkness for the time being. He is getting married, Seraphine revealed, causing Rudra to click his tongue in response. Then I shall wait. I am not an asshole and have no desire to disrupt a wedding. Let him embark on this new chapter of his life without interference, Rudra declared, devoid of any ill intentions towards the god of darkness. You are aware that he cannot be killed without the dash. Seraphine's sentence was abruptly cut off as Rudra interjected. He may be unkillable for now, but I can weaken him to the point where he will no longer pose a threat. Rudra snickered, his confidence evident. But that is not a permanent solution, Rudra. He has the potential to regain his strength, Seraphine argued. Then I will face him time and time again until you strategists come up with a more viable approach. After all, we gods have nothing but time on our hands, Rudra declared, his determination unwavering. Then Rudra placed his fingers on his forehead, tapping into the immense power that flowed through him. With a swift motion, he extracted a small sliver of golden thread, pulsating with his divine grace. Holding it up, he turned to face Seraphine. This tiny fragment of my grace will accomplish more than Andor's complicated plans ever could, Rudra proclaimed confidently. With a flick of his wrist, he released the sliver of grace, watching as it disappeared into the vast expanse of the golden sky, making its way toward the mortal realm. Seraphine raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. But Rudra, your grace requires a mortal vessel in the mortal realm. How do you plan to accomplish that? Rudra grinned mischievously, his eyes gleaming with unspoken knowledge. Fear not, Seraphine. I still have devoted worshippers in the mortal realm who would gladly offer their physical bodies for the manifestation of my grace. They shall be the vessels through which my power will flow. Seraphine nodded, realizing the extent of Rudra's connection to his followers. She understood that their unwavering devotion would provide the conduits necessary for his divine grace to manifest in the mortal realm. In the vast tapestry of the divine realm, each god was a protagonist in their own story, with their own trials, triumphs, and quests. The god of darkness, the god of war, the god of time and space, and the fallen god Dagon all played their roles, guided by the invisible hand of fate. Their choices, desires, and motivations wove together, bringing them into conflict and forging alliances that remained hidden from the rest of the realm of gods. Among them, it was the god of darkness who found common ground with Dagon, the fallen god. Together, they formed an unexpected alliance that threatened the delicate balance of power. The true motives of Dagon's rebellion and the intricate relationship between the god of darkness and Dagon remained concealed, awaiting a time when the threads of fate would be pulled, unraveling the mysteries of their intertwined stories. As the sliver of grace continued its journey, Rudra and Seraphine stood in the realm of gods, contemplating the imminent events that would unfold. The fate of both realms hung in the balance, and Rudra's bold plan would set into motion a series of events that could change the course of their existence. Chapter 992. War God crashes the wedding. As the wedding celebration of Michael and Gaia reached its peak, the atmosphere was filled with joy, laughter, and the infectious rhythm of music. The guests danced and reveled in the happiness of the occasion, their hearts light and carefree. Amidst the merriment, Michael, the groom, glanced up at the night sky and noticed a sudden glimmer of light. It caught his attention, and an uneasy feeling settled in the pit of his stomach. Sensing something amiss, he discreetly activated the earpiece hidden beneath his neatly tailored suit. "Spider, I've spotted a strange light in the sky. Check it out discreetly and report back," Michael whispered urgently, ensuring that Gaia remained unaware of his concerns. Before the vampire death squad could acknowledge his command, the glimmer of light in the sky rapidly intensified, closing the distance with astonishing speed. Gasps of surprise escaped from the guests' lips as the light descended upon the island, illuminating the surroundings with an otherworldly brilliance. The arrival of this unexpected visitor left everyone in a state of shock, their festivities momentarily forgotten. Wide-eyed and speechless, they watched as the radiant figure emerged from the light, its ethereal presence captivating their attention. The air crackled with a sense of anticipation, as if the world itself held its breath in awe of this extraordinary arrival. However, the true nature and purpose of this enigmatic visitor remained a mystery, shrouded in uncertainty. The scene was frozen in time, with whispers of speculation and trepidation circulating through the crowd. The joyous celebration now stood at a crossroads, its path veering into the realm of the unknown. As the golden light dissipated, revealing the figure within, a hushed silence fell over the crowd. The guests' eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld the sight before them, an orc unlike any they had ever encountered. His crimson skin stood out in stark contrast to his intricate white and blue tattoos that adorned his muscular physique. Tusks protruded from his mouth, and numerous piercings adorned his body, glinting ominously under the moonlight. The orc's eyes blazed with an otherworldly light, radiating an aura of power that sent shivers down the spines of those who stood in his presence. Without a second thought, Saber lunged forward, determined to end the life of this uninvited guest. But before Saber could even reach the orc, a powerful gust of wind erupted from the orc's body, sending the valiant warrior hurtling backward. The sheer force of the blast sent Saber flying off the island, his body crashing into the waters below. The destructive wind tore through the surroundings, obliterating everything in its path, causing chaos and throwing the remaining guests off balance. Michael, paralyzed with shock and disbelief, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. He couldn't discern the orc's cultivation level, but the overwhelming power emanating from the orc was palpable, leaving Michael and the others in a state of trepidation. With an instinctive surge of protective energy, Michael swiftly stepped in front of Gaia, his eyes blazing with determination. Two dark beams shot forth from his gaze, cutting through the air with an ominous hiss. "Eladir, activate the runes," Michael commanded, his voice laced with urgency. In response to his command, the three portals positioned at the edge of the island burst into life, emanating a brilliant light that grew in intensity. A powerful pulling force gripped the guests, drawing them towards the portals against their will. The wedding scene was suddenly thrown into chaos as bewildered and frightened cries filled the air. "Everyone hold on. We need to get out of here," Michael shouted, his voice barely audible above the turmoil. Shock and disbelief etched across the faces of the guests as they found themselves helpless, unable to resist the overwhelming power radiating from the enigmatic orc. The once jubilant atmosphere had been replaced with a sense of vulnerability and fear. In the midst of the pandemonium, Michael shielded Gaia, his beloved wife, with his own body, sheltering her from harm. His focus never wavered as he directed his dark beams toward the menacing orc, determined to confront this formidable foe head-on. The once joyous wedding scene was abruptly thrown into chaos as the power radiating from the orc engulfed the island. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as guests stumbled backward, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. "What the hell is happening?" Trista exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear. Tiberius, wide-eyed and bewildered, looked around in disbelief. "Who is this? Why can't I move?" Arya, her hands shaking, whispered in disbelief, "This power, it's overwhelming. We're completely powerless." Claire, her voice quivering, managed to utter, "Take Cindy and run to the portal." Gibson tightened his grip on Cindy's hand, his voice filled with urgency. "Stay close, Cindy. We need to find safety." Corey, his expression a mix of awe and fear, muttered, "This power. It's beyond anything I've ever witnessed." Optimus, his usually calm demeanor shattered, exclaimed, "No ordinary foe." "Who is this orc?" The guests, overwhelmed by the immense power radiating from the orc, looked to Michael with a mixture of hope and desperation, realizing that their only chance lay in the strength and determination of the bride and groom. The fate of the wedding celebration hung precariously in the balance as the battle between light and darkness loomed ominously overhead. The once serene wedding scene transformed into a chaotic spectacle as the power radiating from the orc overwhelmed the island. The orc's imposing presence left everyone stunned and paralyzed with fear. The very atmosphere crackled with an otherworldly energy, causing hair to stand on end and sending shivers down the spines of those present. The orc's red-skinned visage, adorned with intricate tattoos and piercings, exuded an aura of dominance and malevolence. His glowing eyes bore into the crowd, relishing the fear that danced across their faces. Michael, shielding Gaia with his body, unleashed his dark beams upon the orc, hoping to subdue the intruder. The beams of darkness struck the orc's head, but to the shock of everyone, nothing happened. The orc remained unfazed, a smug smirk etched upon his lips, defying the powerful onslaught with disdain. Gaia, realizing the urgency of the situation, summoned her celestial bow, and a quiver of ethereal arrows materialized by her side. Determination replaced the fear in her eyes as she stepped forward, ready to confront the menacing intruder. The bride, radiating a blend of grace and strength, prepared herself for the battle that now threatened to overshadow her wedding day. Amidst the chaos, guests stumbled and scrambled for cover, their movements hindered by the overpowering presence of the orc. Their attempts to rally against the intruder proved futile as the force emanating from the orc left them weak and powerless, their limbs heavy as if burdened by invisible chains. The once immaculate wedding venue now bore the scars of the chaotic upheaval. Tables and decorations lay in disarray, tossed aside by the gusts of wind that erupted from the orc's very being. The vibrant flowers that once adorned the aisle were trampled underfoot, petals scattered like remnants of a shattered dream. "Now, Eladir!" Michael shouted, his voice filled with urgency and determination. In response, Eladir clenched a golden crystal in his hand, crushing it with a resounding crack. As the crystal shattered, the pulling force emanating from the portals multiplied several folds, causing the air to tremble with their intensity. The portals, now unleashed with unprecedented power, surged with an insatiable hunger, greedily drawing everything in their path towards their swirling depths. The orc, his eyes fixed on Michael, proclaimed with a chilling certainty, "I am only here for the god of darkness." With a flick of his wrist, 3 figures materialized out of thin air before the orc. Among them stood Samuel, the gray-haired butler of the Winston family, his neatly combed hair contrasting with the chaos unfolding around him. The sight of Samuel stunned Michael, his mind reeling with the implications of the orc's words. But before Michael could react, the orc's lightning-quick movements outpaced his reflexes. In one swift motion, the orc seized Samuel by the neck, using the helpless butler as a shield. A malicious grin danced upon the orc's face as he directed Michael's own dark beams toward Samuel's head. Time seemed to slow as the dark beams pierced through Samuel's skull, shattering bone and unleashing a crimson spray of blood. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground, an innocent victim caught in the crossfire of this ruthless battle. Amidst the chaos, the scene unfolded with a stark contrast. On one side, the portals, their power amplified, exerted an irresistible force, tugging at everything in their path. Tables, chairs, and decorations were ripped from their positions, uprooted by the voracious pull. On the other side, a battle of immense power and stakes played out. Michael, shielded by darkness, stood alongside Gaia, his eyes filled with fury. The orc, a formidable adversary, remained resolute, his aura pulsating with a malevolent energy that rendered everyone around him weak and powerless. In this tumultuous clash between the forces of chaos and order, the island became a battleground of conflicting energies. The portals greedily devoured the surroundings, tearing apart the remnants of the once serene wedding scene. And amidst the swirling chaos, the battle between Michael and the orc raged on, with bloodshed and despair marking the unfortunate path they tread. The Vampire Death Squad landed on the island with swift precision, their presence a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. They quickly assessed the situation, their red eyes scanning the tumultuous scene. Working together, they rallied the remaining guests, guiding them towards the portals that thrummed with an irresistible pull. Amidst the pandemonium, Michael's heart pounded with a desperate desire to save Gaia from the clutches of this immensely powerful foe. With determination etched on his face, he reached out and grasped Gaia's hand, his grip firm and resolute. With all his strength, he propelled her towards the nearest portal, his intention clear. But in the midst of the airborne journey towards the portal, Gaia's body moved with a swift fluidity. With a sudden twist, she knocked an arrow upon her bowstring and took aim at the orc, defying Michael's intention to guide her to safety. The tension in the air was palpable as Gaia's fingers released the arrow, its trajectory carrying it towards the orc with a lethal intent. In a display of godly speed, the possessed orc, fueled by Rudra's sliver of grace, dashed towards Michael with a swiftness that defied comprehension. The air crackled with anticipation as the orc's movements became a blur, evading Michael's punches and kicks with uncanny agility. Despite the orc's imposing size, it maneuvered with the grace of a predator, effortlessly eluding Michael's onslaught. The ground trembled beneath them as Michael's dark beams shot forth from his eyes, slicing through the earth with devastating precision. The surroundings bore the scars of their deadly power, split apart and rent in halves, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. But the orc, an embodiment of Rudra's divine essence, proved elusive, nimble in its evasion. Each blow was met with a deft sidestep, each kick evaded with a fluid movement that seemed to defy the laws of physics. In the midst of this violent ballet, the orc seized an opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to Michael's chest with an impact that sent him hurtling through the ground, the earth quaking beneath the force. Gaia's voice echoed through the chaos, her heartrending cry of no, a testament to her anguish and determination. The air hung heavy with tension as the battle raged on, the clash of power and the stakes at hand becoming a swirling vortex of uncertainty. As agony surged through Michael's body, his advanced personal device, APD, around his wrist sensed his critical condition. With mechanical precision, the APD swiftly injected a potent healing potion into his bloodstream, mending his damaged organs and revitalizing his strength. Ignoring the lingering pain, Michael rose to his feet, determination etched across his face. With a fierce resolve, he lunged forward, his hands outstretched, and the dark swords materialized in his grip, crackling with ominous energy. The orc's lips curled into a menacing smirk as he taunted, his voice laced with a mix of curiosity and sadistic glee. "Let me see the infamous god of darkness in action. Show me what you're truly capable of." The power radiating from the orc, fueled by Rudra's sliver of grace, created an aura that disrupted the very fabric of magic around them. The teleportation scrolls, a potential escape route, faltered in their effectiveness, rendered useless in the face of this overwhelming force. Rudra, in his strategic cunning, did not want the god of darkness to slip away until the remaining two seal-bearers, who had materialized beside Samuel, were eliminated. In this charged moment of clash and determination, the readers witness Michael's resilience and unwavering resolve. They can feel the weight of the orc's taunts and the pulsating energy that surrounds them, drawing them deeper into the scene as the battle unfolds. With a swift and relentless assault, Michael swung his dark swords at the orc, determined to keep him at bay and away from Gaia. The blade sliced through the air with precision, but the orc's invisible force field proved impenetrable, rendering Gaia's arrows useless as they harmlessly bounced off the ethereal barrier. In a moment of triumph, Michael managed to land a shallow cut across the orc's chest, causing blood to spatter in the air. However, the strength of the orc's skin astonished Michael, as the wound appeared far less severe than anticipated. The orc's taunting laughter echoed through the chaos, further fueling Michael's determination. Suddenly, the orc's grip tightened around Michael's hand, restraining his movements. With his other hand outstretched, the orc reached for one of the remaining seal bearers, a frail old man cloaked in dark brown fabric. In a cruel twist of fate, the old man was lifted effortlessly into the orc's colossal palm, his terrified gaze meeting Michael's. As the orc's power overpowered Michael's resistance, he helplessly watched as his own hand, guided by the orc's malevolent will, slashed across the seal bearer's head. Blood erupted, painting a macabre scene of horror as the head was severed, the lifeless eyes staring into nothingness. The orc's triumphant voice reverberated through the chaotic battleground, chilling the air. 2 down, 1 to go. Overwhelmed by the orc's otherworldly strength, Michael felt as though he was battling a force beyond comprehension. Every move he made seemed feeble in comparison, as if pitted against an unstoppable entity. Chapter 993. Is she a god too? With a wicked smile, the orc, now fully possessed by Rudra's sliver of grace, raised his hand to the sky, invoking the power of the gods. A golden lightning bolt crackled and materialized in his grasp, pulsating with immense energy. With a swift motion, he plunged the bolt deep into ground, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of raw power. The force of the explosion sent shockwaves rippling through the island, shattering the surroundings and throwing everyone into disarray. Gaia, caught in the midst of the chaos, plummeted from the sky, crashing violently onto the ground. Her vision blurred, a mixture of pain and disorientation gripping her as she struggled to regain her bearings. Through her hazy vision, Gaia glimpsed the orc, his speed unfathomable, closing in on Michael. The air crackled with malevolence as dark flames erupted from Michael's body, consuming everything in their path. The searing heat licked at the surroundings, devouring the once vibrant landscape in a dance of destruction. Gaia's heart pounded in her chest as she watched in horror, her voice lost amidst the chaos. The scene unfolded before her eyes with vivid intensity, each detail etched into her memory. The orc's savage charge, Michael engulfed in those dark, merciless flames. The dark flames roared with an insatiable hunger, engulfing the grassland surrounding Michael and Gaia. The intense heat radiated from the flames, raising the temperature to unbearable levels. The orc, its skin melting and bubbling under the scorching onslaught, seemed unfazed by the agony it should have been experiencing. Instead, a sinister snicker escaped its deformed mouth as it extended its hand towards the last remaining seal-bearer. The young man in white robes cried out in terror as the orc's hand closed around him, the searing heat of the dark flames seeping into his very being. His anguished screams pierced the air, a haunting testament to the merciless fate that awaited him. The dark flames consumed him relentlessly, reducing his form to a pile of hot ash, leaving nothing but remnants of his existence. As the life force of the third seal-bearer was extinguished, a sudden rumble echoed through the sky. For a fleeting moment, a crack tore open the sky, a glimpse into a realm beyond mortal comprehension. The crack shimmered with an otherworldly light, hinting at the immense power and consequence tied to the seal-bearer's demise. However, as quickly as it appeared, the crack closed, leaving behind only a sense of foreboding and uncertainty. The orc stood tall, its form grotesquely transformed as its skin melted away, revealing the raw skeletal structure beneath. In this macabre state, the orc raised its hands, bony fingers extended towards Michael. Countless golden lightning bolts crackled to life, surging forth with malevolent intent. Michael, recognizing the imminent danger, summoned a responsive shield around him. The shield, translucent and glowing with a vibrant blue hue, materialized just in time to intercept the incoming lightning bolts. However, the power behind the orc's attack proved overwhelming, as the bolts shattered the shield like fragile glass, penetrating through to strike Michael. Agony seared through Michael's body as the lightning coursed through his veins. Blood tainted the corners of his lips as he coughed it up, his strength waning with each passing moment. Paralysis gripped his limbs, rendering him helpless against the orc's relentless assault. With a chilling smirk, the orc raised its hand, exerting a force that pulled Michael closer. His feet dragged across the ground as he was lifted effortlessly by his neck, suspended in the grip of his merciless adversary. The acrid scent of burning grass mingled with the sickening odor of charred flesh, filling the air with a haunting reminder of the devastation surrounding them. The metallic tang of blood lingered, a testament to the violence that had unfolded on the island. As the orc's skin continued to melt away, revealing the gruesome sight of its skull, a grim and horrifying visage emerged. Its eye sockets held an otherworldly glow, and a lack of flesh on its face heightened the eeriness of its presence. Disappointment laced the orc's voice as it shook its skull-like head. Not impressed, it uttered, its voice laden with mockery. The grip around Michael's neck tightened, constricting his airway and leaving him gasping for precious breaths. Summoning his remaining strength, Michael called upon his dark swords. One of the swords began to levitate toward his outstretched arm, a last-ditch effort to regain control of the situation. However, the orc, swift and cunning, swatted the sword aside, redirecting its trajectory towards Gaia. The hilt of the sword struck Gaia with a resounding thud, knocking her unconscious before she could even rise to her feet. Panic and concern flashed in Michael's eyes as he gasped for air, his voice strained. "Who are you?" he managed to rasp, his words carrying a mixture of defiance and desperation. As Michael's thoughts raced, he knew that the time had come to initiate Plan D, the contingency he had devised for facing an adversary of insurmountable power. Just as the weight of the situation began to settle upon him, the sky above them rumbled with a newfound intensity, as if in response to his desperate plea. Amidst the stormy clouds, a golden light broke through the darkness, illuminating the scene with an ethereal glow. To their astonishment, the once turbulent seas surrounding the island turned eerily calm, contrasting the tumultuous skies above. With a thunderous boom, the golden light descended from the heavens, its brilliance fading gradually to reveal the figure of Nithrol, the Empress of Ar. Her golden locks billowed around her like a halo, and she stood adorned in intricately crafted golden armor that covered her from neck to toe. Every movement exuded an aura of divine power and grace, marking her as an otherworldly goddess. Soon, a golden bow materialized in her hand, emanating a radiant energy that seemed to pulse with ancient enchantments. As she pulled back the string, an arrow adorned with intricate runes materialized, poised to be released at her command. The mere sight of her presence instilled a sense of awe and reverence, for she embodied a force that transcended mortal comprehension. Nithrol's voice resonated with a commanding authority that seemed to shake the very foundations of the island. "Let him go, Rudra. Your fight lies somewhere else," she declared, her words echoing through the air and reaching every corner of the island. The power behind her voice carried a weight that commanded attention and respect. As her words hung in the air, a golden aura enveloped Nithrol, radiating from her being like a shield of divine energy. The orc, possessed by Rudra's sliver of grace, stared at her with a sliver of surprise emerging in his glowing eyes. The unexpected turn of events momentarily caught him off guard, questioning the path he had taken. The tension in the air was palpable as the Empress and the possessed orc locked eyes, each representing a formidable force in their own right. The outcome of this encounter held the potential to reshape the course of events, and the witnesses on the island stood frozen, captivated by the clash of powers unfolding before them. The orc, now barely recognizable as a humanoid figure, threw aside Michael's limp body and turned its attention fully towards Nithrol. The last shreds of skin clung to its smoking, charred body, as if defying the intense heat of the dark flames that consumed it. From the mouth of the orc, Rudra's voice resonated, carrying a mix of calmness, excitement, and a sliver of surprise. "I can see you've regained your grace, Nithrol, the goddess of hunt. How long has it been since we last saw each other?" The words flowed from Rudra with a calculated ease, as if he relished the encounter, savoring the chance to face his former ally. Nithrol responded to the orc, now possessed by Rudra, with a cold and stern tone. "Leave this realm, Rudra. You have no right to be here," she stated, her voice devoid of any warmth or sympathy. Her gaze remained fixed upon the deteriorating figure before her. Rudra's voice, still emanating from the orc, grew even calmer and more playful. "Slow down with the threats, Nithrol. Yes, you may have regained your grace, but you are not as strong as you used to be," he taunted. The excitement in his voice was tinged with a hint of superiority, as if he believed he held the upper hand. Nithrol's response was icy and resolute. "Perhaps I cannot defeat you in your true form, Rudra, but I can still overcome this vessel that holds your grace. And time is not on your side. The dark flames that consume your vessel will soon bring its demise," she retorted, her words carrying an unwavering determination. Rudra, his presence fading within the crumbling vessel, snickered with a mixture of amusement and satisfaction. "Ah, Nithrol, my task in this mortal realm is now complete. I have no mind to stay any longer," he remarked, his voice betraying a playful undertone. However, underlying his words was a genuine concern for the goddess standing before him. "Choose your side carefully, Nithrol," Rudra warned, his voice devoid of sympathy. "You wouldn't want to lose your grace once again." His words carried a subtle caution, a reminder of the consequences she might face if she aligned herself against the Pantheon. Nithrol, her gaze unwavering, met Rudra's gaze with determination. "I have made my choice, Rudra," she declared with unwavering resolve. "I have left the Pantheon and chosen to remain in the mortal realm. You needn't worry about me." Her response carried a resolute conviction, a statement that she had made her stand and was prepared to face the consequences of her decision. Though Rudra's concern for her was not evident in his voice, there was a flicker of admiration in his gaze, acknowledging the strength of her resolve. As the possessed orc's body crumbled to the ground, consumed by dark flames and reduced to a heap of smoldering ash, a golden light emerged from within. It shimmered and danced in the air, casting a soft glow upon the chaotic scene. Nithrol, her gaze fixed upon the dissipating light, watched as it slowly ascended towards the heavens, leaving the mortal realm behind. With a faint sigh of relief, she knew that Rudra's sliver of grace had departed, returning to its rightful place. The once vibrant wedding decorations now lay in ruins, charred and scattered across the grassy ground. The once jubilant atmosphere had been replaced by an eerie stillness, broken only by the soft crackling of smoldering embers. The bride and groom, their bodies sprawled motionless, were a stark contrast to the beauty they had exuded moments ago. Nithrol stepped cautiously over the remnants of shattered pillars and torn fabrics, her footsteps leaving imprints in the ash-covered ground. She approached the unconscious couple, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. With a gentle touch, she checked their pulses and found them to be faint but steady. A sense of relief washed over her as she realized that their lives had been spared in the midst of the chaos. Surveying the scene, Nithrol knew that there was much work to be done. The aftermath of this tumultuous encounter would not be easily forgotten. As Michael's consciousness slowly returned, he rose to his feet, his gaze immediately fixating on Gaia, lying unconscious nearby. With a mix of relief and concern etched on his face, he quickly made his way to her side, gently cradling her in his arms. Nithrol watched this intimate moment, understanding the depth of their connection and the strength it brought them. She respected their need for a moment of solace, a respite from the turmoil they had endured. But she also knew that there were questions to be answered, decisions to be made. As Michael's eyes met Nithrol's, she could see the weight of the recent events reflected in his gaze. The god of darkness, his presence formidable, acknowledged her with a nod, a silent recognition of the necessity to speak. Nithrol's voice, calm yet resolute, broke the silence. "We have much to discuss," she declared, her tone carrying a weight of urgency and purpose. Chapter 994. Finally learning about Andor as the wind howled and the darkened sky hinted at an impending storm, Michael and Gaia stood alongside Nithrol on the edge of the mountain where their paths had first crossed. The Empress of Ar gazed into the distance, her eyes seemingly carrying the weight of ancient knowledge. In the pregnant silence, it was Michael who finally broke the stillness, his voice laced with curiosity and a touch of apprehension. "Who are you really? And who was that attacker?" Nithrol turned her gaze towards Michael, her expression calm, yet tinged with a profound understanding of the gravity of their situation. "That was Rudra, the god of war," she replied, the mere mention of his name coinciding with a distant rumble of thunder that echoed through the ominous sky. Gaia's astonishment was evident as she grappled with the realization that they had been targeted by a deity and one associated with war no less. However, both she and Michael sensed that Rudra's intentions went beyond mere destruction and that he had manipulated Michael as a pawn in his game, forcing him to take the lives of his 3 seal bearers, including the butler of the Winston family. With a hint of uncertainty, Michael posed a question that had lingered in his mind ever since their first encounter. "Are you also a god?" His eyes held a flicker of recognition, sensing an inherent power within Nithrol that surpassed that of ordinary mortals. Although her aura bore similarities to the possessed orc's energy, it seemed to radiate with a slightly lesser intensity. The atmosphere around them crackled with anticipation as they awaited Nithrol's response, seeking clarity amidst the chaotic events that had unfolded. "I was once a god indeed, but now I am but a fallen deity." Nithrol's voice carried a hint of melancholy that mirrored the sadness reflected in her eyes. Gaia, her frustration palpable, interjected with a grumble. "Why the hell did that bastard ruin our wedding? What did we piss off the god of war?" Meanwhile, Nithrol sighed, her gaze still fixed upon the distant horizon. "He did not attack you directly. He used your husband as a means to break the seals," Nithrol clarified. As a goddess, she possessed knowledge beyond mortal comprehension. She understood that if Rudra truly intended to kill Ghost, he could have done so, while killing a god's vessel would only result in their soul seeking a new host. There was no denying that Rudra's purpose was not to end Michael's mortal existence. Perhaps his intentions shifted upon encountering Nithrol, but it was evident that his aim had been to manipulate Michael into eliminating the seal bearers. The seals. Michael's brow furrowed in confusion. "Yes. In your previous life, you constructed an intricate array that acted as a barrier between the mortal realm and the realm of gods, preventing mortals from entering the divine domain and vice versa." Nithrol began to unravel the complexities of the situation. "Unbeknownst to you, these seals were embedded within individuals who were not even born during your previous self's time. Only you possess the power to break these seals by slaying the designated seal bearers. Each time a seal bearer dies, the barrier between our realms weakens. Once all the seals are broken, the gods will regain the ability to traverse freely between the mortal realm and the divine realm, as they did in the past." However, Nithrol herself remained unaware of the variations within the seals, specifically those designed by the previous Dark Lord and Ellidir in their respective timelines. This explained how Diana, in Michael's timeline, managed to break one of the seals when she killed the seal-bearer by Ning. As Michael processed the weight of Nithrol's words, she continued to unravel the perilous web that entangled them all. The Pantheon has initiated their movements against Dagon, and now you find yourself caught in the crossfire of their war, Nithrol stated, her voice laced with concern. What you encountered was merely a sliver of Rudra's grace, a mere 1% of his full power. Consider, then, the unimaginable might wielded by an entire pantheon of gods and the vengeful god who desire to see you crumble. Michael and Gaia were left stunned, the mention of a vengeful god sending shivers down their spines. Unable to contain his curiosity, Michael posed a question that gnawed at him. "Who is this vengeful god?" he inquired, his voice betraying a mix of apprehension and intrigue. "Andor, the god of time and space," Nithrol replied, her gaze piercing their souls. "My memories of him remain fragmented, but one thing remains certain. You cannot remain in this realm for much longer. The other fallen gods will soon regain their graces and seek you out. You are not yet prepared to face the wrath of the gods, and even I cannot aid you should more deities descend upon this realm." An array of questions swirled in Michael's mind, yet one in particular burned with intensity. "Why are you helping me?" Michael questioned, his voice filled with genuine curiosity. Nithrol's eyes softened, her gaze holding a flicker of determination. "I cherish ruling the mortal realm, Ghost," she confessed. "But the Pantheon seeks to transform mortals into their slaves. Once they arrive in this realm, each god will demand unwavering devotion and worship from mortals. Those who dare defy them will be made examples of, and gradually, this realm will devolve into a vast slave market, devoid of free will and consumed by blind loyalty. The only thing that preventing this grim fate is the barrier between the two realms." As Nithrol's words resonated within him, Michael recalled a haunting dream he once had, a glimpse of a world devoid of free will, where people existed as mere puppets. He couldn't help but wonder if that nightmarish vision was a consequence of the Pantheon's rule over the mortal realm. The weight of their predicament settled upon them like a suffocating fog, casting their future into uncertainty. The path ahead was treacherous, fraught with danger and the impending wrath of gods. With their newfound knowledge and the stakes laid bare before them, Michael, Gaia, and Nithrol stood on the precipice of a fateful journey, their destinies intertwined in the grand tapestry of divine machinations and mortal resistance. But the barrier that your former self created is weakening, and only you possess the power to reinforce it, Nithrol explained, her voice filled with urgency. "You must grow stronger and prepare to confront the gods, Ghost. Dagon cannot indefinitely divert the attention of the Pantheon." Michael's brows furrowed as he contemplated the mention of Dagon, the infamous ruler of hell. "So Dagon is also a fallen god?" Gaia interjected, seeking clarification. Nithrol nodded in confirmation. "Among mortals, you're already formidable with your half-celestial cultivation stage. However, the power of the gods resides on an entirely different plane. You must transcend the limitations of the celestial stage. Do not step foot into this world until you have done so," Nithrol advised, her tone resolute. As Nithrol spoke, Gaia's voice quivered with uncertainty. "Where should we go?" "Aidnes. The fallen gods cannot reach you there," Nithrol replied, conjuring images of the vibrant, neon-lit forests of Aidnes and the loyal wood elves who inhabited its realms. "I will go there once I gather the others at the castle," Michael stated, but Nithrol swiftly shook her head. "No, Andor must have already learned of recent events and will be plotting his next move to hinder your path to Aidnes. Time is of the essence, and you cannot afford to waste a moment. You must depart now. I will do everything within my power to safeguard the others, but the odds are undeniably stacked against us, Ghost," Nithrol's voice grew intensely serious. Gaia pleaded, her voice filled with concern. At least let me bring my mother. Nithrol shook her head in response. My people are already on their way to ensure the safety of your mother and the others. Nithrol's words abruptly halted as her gaze shifted towards the distant sky, her focus returning to Michael once again. Go now, Nithrol urged, her voice carrying a sense of imminent danger. She swiftly gestured with her hands, summoning a golden portal that materialized in the air before them. Feeling the urgency in the goddess' words, Michael tightly grasped Gaia's hand and guided her toward the shimmering vortex. However, before stepping into the swirling portal, he turned back to face Nithrol, his eyes filled with curiosity. Why would you risk yourself to help me? Nithrol, your assistance puts you in grave danger, Michael questioned, his voice tinged with both gratitude and concern. A gentle smile curved Nithrol's lips as she met his gaze. By aligning myself with you, Ghost, I stand a chance of maintaining my dominion over the mortal realm. If the Pantheon emerges victorious, we all suffer the consequences, she replied, her tone resolute. Raising her hand, Nithrol unleashed a sudden gust of wind, propelling Michael and Gaia forward, propelling them forcefully into the awaiting portal. The ethereal gateway closed behind them, leaving Nithrol behind. In that fleeting moment, as Michael and Gaia disappeared into the unknown, Nithrol stood tall, her golden hair dancing in the wind. With unwavering determination, she prepared to face the oncoming storm, knowing that her alliance with Michael carried the weight of both their destinies and the fate of the mortal realm itself. With a swift and fluid motion, Nithrol summoned her golden bow, a gleaming masterpiece crafted with intricate detail. Her grip tightened around the polished wood as she notched an arrow, its tip adorned with ancient runes of power. Drawing the bowstring back, she took aim at the distant sky, her eyes locked onto the approaching figures of the fallen gods. A surge of divine energy coursed through her, heightening her senses and honing her focus. The arrow she released soared through the air, defying mortal limitations as it streaked across the vast expanse with unerring accuracy. It traversed a tremendous distance, seemingly defying both time and space. As the arrow cut through the air, a tempest began to brew, dark clouds rolling in to amplify the brewing chaos. Thunder rumbled in the heavens, their ominous roars echoing through the land. Nature itself seemed to respond to Nithrol's presence, lending its power to her as she prepared to face the fallen gods. Standing tall and resolute, the Empress of Aura remained steadfast in the face of imminent danger. Her golden armor shimmered in the fading light, radiant and unyielding. With every passing moment, the storm grew fiercer, the elements aligning with her purpose. Nithrol knew the odds were stacked against her, confronting a pantheon of formidable adversaries. Yet, she refused to back down, her determination unshakable. The goddess of Hunt stood as a beacon of defiance, ready to challenge the encroaching darkness with all her might. As the fallen gods drew closer, their powerful presence palpable, Nithrol braced herself for the impending clash. She would fight for the preservation of the mortal realm, for the freedom of its inhabitants, and for the hope that her alliance with Michael would pave the way for a future untainted by the tyranny of the Pantheon. We are nearing 1,000 chapters, and I can't thank you, all my wonderful readers, for keep supporting me. Chapter 995. Returning to Aidennes. Chapter 995. Returning to Aidennes as Michael and Gaia emerged from the portal onto the land of Aidennes. A breathtaking panorama unfolded before them. Gaia's eyes widened in awe as she took in the enchanting sight that lay stretched out beneath her. They stood atop a verdant mountain peak, overlooking a vast expanse of lush forest that extended as far as the eye could see. The forest itself seemed to be an artist's canvas, splashed with vibrant hues of purple and blue. It was a kaleidoscope of colors that blended seamlessly, creating an otherworldly spectacle. Giant trees towered over the landscape, their trunks adorned with intricate patterns and ethereal glow. The forest floor was carpeted with lush, emerald green moss, adding a softness to the terrain. Towering mushrooms, their caps adorned with mesmerizing patterns, dotted the forest floor, creating a whimsical ambience. As Gaia's gaze wandered further, she caught sight of trees that radiated a gentle, luminescent glow, casting a soft and enchanting light that illuminated the surroundings. These radiant trees bathed the forest in an otherworldly glow, adding an ethereal touch to the already mesmerizing landscape. The air was filled with the gentle fluttering of giant butterflies, their wings adorned with iridescent colors that shimmered as they danced through the air. Their presence added a touch of magic to the already captivating scene. The forest of Idanes seemed like a place plucked from a fairy tale, a realm where dreams and reality intertwined. Its beauty was captivating, an immersive experience that stirred the senses and transported one to a world of wonder and enchantment. In that moment, as the gentle breeze caressed her cheeks and the symphony of the forest serenaded her ears, Gaia knew that Idanes was a place of refuge, a sanctuary from the turmoil that awaited them. "Come on, we should go meet Eladir," Michael said, surprising Gaia. "Eladir? But I thought he was stuck back in our world," Gaia replied, her confusion evident. "No. In case of an attack, I gave Eladir something to teleport into this world with," Michael explained, glancing at his wrist. Unfortunately, his battle with Rudra had broken his Olympus, leaving him without the ability to fly or use his cultivation in this world. However, Michael had a quick solution in mind. "Do you know where to go?" "My Olympus is not broken," Gaia remarked, hopeful. Before Michael could respond, a magnificent golden giant butterfly emerged from the air below the mountain cliff they stood on, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. Gaia's eyes widened in astonishment as two elves with beautiful brown skin gracefully descended from the butterfly and immediately knelt before Michael. "My lord, you have returned," Taskin said, bowing his head respectfully. "Gaia, meet Taskin and Thilv." Michael introduced the two wood elves to Gaia, acknowledging their loyalty and courage during the events he had shared with her. "Ah, the two warriors who fought against the Sky Owl," Gaia remembered, recalling the tales Michael had shared. "Tell me, Taskin, has anyone else arrived here before us?" Michael inquired, his curiosity piqued. Thilv and Taskin nodded in response. "Yes, my lord. He claimed to have been sent by you and showed us your symbol. We left him back at the village," Taskin reported dutifully. "Good. Then let's make our way to your village." "We have much to do," Michael declared, gesturing for Gaia to join him atop the butterfly. With a swift leap, Gaia gracefully climbed onto their ride, her torn and dirted dress contrasting against her natural beauty. Michael stepped onto the butterfly's wings and waited for Taskin and Thilv to take hold of the reins. Once everyone had settled comfortably atop the giant golden butterfly, they set off toward the village. As the majestic butterfly soared through the air, the wind rushed past them, carrying with it the scent of flowers and the distant melody of birds singing. The landscape unfolded beneath them, showcasing the enchanting beauty of Idanes. Butterflies of all sizes and hues fluttered around, their graceful wings adding splashes of brilliance to the scenery. The air itself felt alive, carrying the invigorating aroma of blossoms and the sweet fragrance of nature's abundance. As the golden butterfly gradually descended, it skillfully navigated through the dense canopy of the forest. Gaia marveled at the sight that unfolded before her. The Wood Elves' village was a marvel of engineering and natural beauty, built high above the ground, nestled among the majestic trees. Intricate stairs, woven with ropes and sturdy wood, gracefully interconnected the village houses and each towering tree. The architecture seamlessly blended with nature, utilizing the branches as support beams and allowing the trees to continue their growth undisturbed. The elevated walkways provided a sense of enchantment as they wound their way through the lush foliage, creating an intricate web of interconnected pathways. At the heart of the village, a spacious clearing awaited them. Gaia's eyes widened as she took in the sight of a magnificent statue depicting Michael and Vidora sitting atop his shoulder, meticulously carved from wood. The craftsmanship was impeccable, capturing the essence of their strength and unity. The statue stood tall and proud, serving as a symbol of hope and reverence for the Wood Elves. Just before the statue, a grand throne had been placed, meticulously crafted from the finest wood, its intricate designs paying homage to nature's beauty. The throne awaited Michael's return, a seat of honor for the one who had brought them salvation and protection. As the golden butterfly gracefully landed in the clearing, Gaia's gaze shifted toward the awaiting Wood Elves. They stood there, dressed in vibrant garments that mirrored the colors of the surrounding forest, holding baskets filled with an array of freshly picked flowers. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation and gratitude, for they had been eagerly awaiting Michael's return. With smiles on their faces, the Wood Elves approached, gently placing the flowers from their baskets at Michael's feet. The air was filled with a delicate fragrance, as if nature itself had released its essence in celebration of their arrival. Gaia was moved by the genuine warmth and joy emanating from the Wood Elves. It was evident that Michael's presence held great significance for them, as he represented their protector, their leader, and their hope for a brighter future. As Michael stood among the Wood Elves, his gaze fell upon Taskin and Filv, who were bringing Ellidyr towards him. Ellidyr, still wearing his once golden robes that were now muddied and torn from his escape, looked worn and weary. He had journeyed through the portal, passing through the forge in Demon's Grave and utilizing a special teleportation scroll that Michael had provided. The three of them, Michael, Ellidyr, and Gaia, wore solemn expressions, their minds still reeling from the events that had transpired during their wedding. It was unfathomable to them that a god had appeared and attacked Michael, manipulating his hands to strike down 3 seal-bearers. As Michael surveyed the village, his eyes scanning for someone in particular, he finally spoke up, addressing Taskin. "Taskin, where is Karat?" Michael inquired, searching for the village elder he had encountered before. Taskin and the others exchanged glances, a flicker of sadness briefly crossing their eyes. "He has passed away, my lord," Filv replied with a somber tone. Michael sighed inwardly, acknowledging the loss of the old man, and silently wished for him to find peace. "Now, Taskin, Filv, if you could leave us for a moment," Michael requested, his voice carrying a tone of seriousness. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Taskin and Filv bowed and discreetly gestured for the villagers to give them some privacy. As the villagers departed, Gaia sank down onto the throne, feeling the weight of recent events. She took a deep breath, preparing herself for what was to come. "What's the plan?" Gaia asked, her voice filled with determination. In response, Michael accessed his system storage and retrieved 2 golden parchments. "If we are to return to our world as soon as possible and face these gods head-on, we need everyone ready and prepared," Michael explained. However, Ellidyr's brow furrowed upon hearing the mention of gods. Although he had come across brief references to the realm of gods in ancient texts, his knowledge on the matter was limited. Observing Ellidyr's perplexed expression, Michael proceeded to share all the information Nithroel had disclosed, including the startling revelation that the renowned Empress of Aur was, in fact, a fallen god. After comprehending the information shared by Michael, Ellidyr found himself stunned. The revelation that Michael was entangled in a war between the Pantheon and Dagon, a fallen god turned ruler of Hell, was a shock in itself. Curiosity gnawed at Ellidyr as he voiced his question, seeking understanding. "Why do these fallen gods wish to fight you? Are they also under the influence of the Skyhall?" he inquired. Gaia echoed Ellidyr's sentiment, expressing her own confusion. "Am wondering the same thing," she chimed in. Michael pondered their inquiries, his mind analyzing the situation. "If I'm correct, these fallen gods were living among us as mortals. So if we have angered them in some way, they may seek retribution now that they have regained their graces somehow," he explained. "That four-handed monstrosity must have something to do with all of this," she growled, her thoughts consumed by the fallen god's presence. Gaia's frustration flared as she mentioned the four-handed monstrosity known as Dagon. Michael concurred, his gaze focused on the bigger picture. "We still lack a clear understanding of these fallen gods and how to confront them. However, until I ascend to higher levels of godhood, our options will remain limited," he stated. Gaia rose from the throne, joining Michael's side. Her concern for his safety was evident as she spoke. "But you can't face the gods alone, and we, as mortals, won't stand a fucking chance against them, even if we reach the celestial stage," she said, emphasizing the need for assistance in the upcoming battles. Eladir, observing the interaction, knew that Michael always had plans in motion. Despite the unexpected appearance of a god, which caught everyone off guard, Michael had contingency plans in place. These plans facilitated the escape of his subordinates from the island, and even included strategies to confront death itself. "That's why I insist on rallying all our forces," Michael declared, lifting one of the parchments to display a map labeled with the name Mydenes on one part. "This parchment contains valuable insights that will aid me in advancing to higher stages of godhood," he continued. Then, he raised the second parchment, which exclusively depicted a map of the outside world. "And this one," Michael added, "holds the knowledge of energy deposits that can expedite your path to the celestial stage, along with the others." Gaia and Eladir remained unaware of the information Michael had received from the system. It provided him with instructions on how to empower his subordinates to combat the gods. Although his subordinates still had a long way to go before challenging formidable deities like the god of war, the system could enhance their abilities enough to contend with weaker gods. However, the system cautioned Michael that his subordinates were not to face the gods and should avoid direct confrontations with gods at all costs. Yet, it also assured him that once they stepped into the realm of gods, the potential for growth and strengthening through various items and tasks would be boundless. With the mortal realm now under the dominion of fallen gods, Michael recognized the urgency of developing a formidable force to combat them. To achieve this, he and his subordinates needed to venture into the realm of gods, and more importantly, he needed to pave the way. Gaia took the map from Michael's hand and carefully studied its contents before redirecting her attention to him. "But what about the fallen gods? Nithrol warned us against returning to our world until we grow stronger," Gaia voiced her concerns. "You won't be able to grow stronger while being stuck in this world," Michael replied. Curiosity tinged Gaia's question as she sought clarification. "So, what are you suggesting we do?" she inquired. Michael took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. "You need to return to our world, maintain a low profile, and search for these energy deposits. Utilize them to enhance your own strength while evading any encounters with the fallen gods. Soon, I will acquire a means to conceal your presence from them temporarily," he explained. The system had hinted that it would reactivate once Michael located another seed of darkness. With that reactivation, he could acquire a skill or rune to shield Gaia's aura from the prying eyes of the fallen gods and safely send her back to the outside world. "Good. I want to go on my own," Gaia stated, leaving Eladir taken aback. It hadn't even been a day since they exchanged vows, and now she expressed a desire to part ways. Eladir's face darkened, his emotions entwined with confusion and concern. Gaia quickly began to explain herself, aware of the impact her decision might have on Eladir. "After facing that tiny fraction of the god's power and getting my ass kicked, I know it'll only weigh him down," she began, her voice filled with determination. "The places he's about to venture into will undoubtedly be filled with threats that I, unfortunately, can't handle. Sticking by his side would not only make me useless, but it could also make me a liability, even a potential hostage against him. However, if I return to the outside world, I can make a tangible difference and provide real assistance. As much as I hate leaving his side, it's our best option at this moment. Time is precious, and every minute we waste is a minute our enemies have to grow stronger, Gaia concluded, her conviction shining through her words. Michael let out a sigh of relief, grateful that Gaia understood the situation so well. He knew that sending her off alone carried its own risks, but he also recognized the greater peril involved in obtaining the seeds of darkness. Moreover, once he stepped into the realm of gods, he would become the primary focus of the pantheon, unlike the current situation where their attention was primarily fixed on Dagon. In due time, if Gaia hadn't attained sufficient strength to battle the gods, she could be used against him, placing her life in even greater danger. Chapter 996. Andor's plan has failed in the midst of the unexpected turn of events. Michael saw an opportunity to transform the situation into something advantageous, as he had always done. After explaining his plan to Eladir and Gaia, he led them into an empty cabin where Eladir had been kept upon his arrival. As Gaia entered the dimly lit room, her eyes widened in shock and surprise at the sight that greeted her, two majestic suits of armor standing before her. I had hoped to present this to you under different circumstances, but now you need it more than ever, Michael said, his voice steady and determined. Stepping closer to the armor he had specifically crafted for Gaia, Michael gently took her hand and guided it to rest upon the chest plate. The moment her hand made contact with the armor, she felt a faint vibration coursing through it. Gradually, the individual pieces of the armor began to shift and separate, creating an opening for Gaia to step inside. With a simple flick of her hand, Gaia's clothing transformed into sleek black robes, perfectly matching the armor. Stepping into the waiting armor, she felt a peculiar sensation as the pieces enveloped her, fitting snugly against her form. Gaia couldn't help but be amazed at how the armor seemed to meld seamlessly with her body, granting her an extraordinary sense of connection. With a mere thought, she commanded the armor to encompass her head, and in an instant, the helmet formed, concealing her face behind an imposing black skull visage. Eager to explore the capabilities of her newfound armor, Gaia took a confident step forward, mentally urging the armor to unveil its hidden attributes. Responding to her intentions, the once billowing black cape attached to her robes disappeared from sight, seamlessly integrating into the armor. Then, to Gaia's astonishment, magnificent metal wings sprouted from her back, their surfaces gleaming in the soft candlelight of the cabin. This armor, wow, it's just perfect. Overwhelmed by the sheer magnificence of her armor, Gaia found herself at a loss for words, standing in awe as Michael, too, stepped into his own suit. The armor embraced him seamlessly, fitting him perfectly as he moved forward, testing its functionality with clenched fists. With a swift motion of his hand, Michael summoned his dark swords, which effortlessly slid into the scabbards integrated into the back of his armor. Satisfied with the smoothness of the sheathing, Michael cracked his neck and turned his gaze back to Gaia, ready to embark on their impending journey. "Let's go. We'll be setting off soon," Michael announced. With Gaia trailing behind him in her newfound armor, Michael exited the cabin with a plan to become the god he was meant to be. Michael stood at the center of the clearing, his voice resonating like thunder as he called out for Thilv and Taskin. The two wood elves swiftly made their way to him, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of Michael and Gaia donned in their magnificent black armor. Gaia received the map containing energy deposits, while Michael held the map containing the seeds of darkness. "My lord," Thilv and Taskin bowed respectfully upon reaching him, still captivated by the regal presence of Michael and Gaia. "Taskin, Thilv, I'd like you to meet Gaia. My wife." Michael introduced Gaia, the wood elves quickly surmising the connection between the two. "It is our utmost honor and blessing to be in your presence, my lady." Taskin and Thilv expressed their reverence. As long as you serve us with loyalty, prosperity shall be your constant companion, Gaia responded graciously. Michael then opened the map, directing their attention to a specific area in Idnis. Thilv and Taskin leaned in, studying the map intently before returning their gaze to Michael, awaiting further instruction. "My lord, if you permit, we have something to show you," Taskin spoke, to which Michael nodded in agreement. The two wood elves hurried to their houses and returned with a large leaf, serving as a makeshift parchment. They presented a map drawn on the dried blue leaf, which surprised Michael. "After your departure, my lord, we expanded our scouting range and meticulously mapped the surroundings. The location you mentioned houses a Skyhall outpost, and according to messengers from the mountain tribe," Taskin began explaining. "Fucking assholes," Gaia interjected, her disdain for the Skyhall soldiers evident. "Do you have any knowledge of their activities in that area?" Elidor inquired. "No, my lord. The place is heavily fortified, and any attempt to infiltrate would result in certain slaughter," Taskin confessed. Michael had hoped to obtain a seed of darkness without engaging in combat against the Skyhall soldiers. However, with the realization that Skyhall forces surrounded the nearest seed of darkness, he had no alternative but to confront them head-on. "Fadem, how many of these outposts have you discovered in your world?" Gaia asked. "To date, we have encountered 15 outposts, my lady. However, we suspect there are more concealed within the forest and uncharted territories of our world," Taskin revealed. "Elidor, remain here with them and fortify the village to the best of your abilities. Use the arch crystals if necessary." Michael issued his instructions to Elidor, placing emphasis on the importance of protecting the village. He then stored the map back in his system storage. "These Skyhall soldiers possess something that belongs to me, and I must retrieve it," Michael stated with a grave tone, conveying the seriousness of the situation. Turning his attention to Thilv and Taskin, Michael continued, "You two remain here and continue scouting. But refrain from engaging the Skyhall soldiers directly. If they're establishing an outpost, they must have ulterior motives, and I want to know their plans." "Yes, my lord," Thilv and Taskin acknowledged in unison. As Michael unfurled his wings, he and Gaia took to the sky, ascending with a single powerful flap. Another flap propelled them forward, soaring towards the Skyhall outpost. During the flight, Michael's thoughts were consumed by Nithrol's words, particularly the mention of Andor, the god of time and space. It was apparent that Andor harbored a deep-seated grudge against Michael, likely due to the previous Dark Lord's grievous actions. Michael couldn't help but question why Andor had yet to launch a direct attack against him. Perhaps Andor had already struck, but Michael had failed to recognize it. The presence of the Shadow Force working against him further fueled his suspicion of Andor's involvement. Regardless, Michael understood the importance of familiarizing himself with the gods, especially Andor, as it was a vital first step towards defeating his adversaries. Back on Andor's castle, resting upon his throne in deep contemplation, a profound frown etched upon his face, Andor observed the events unfolding on the island where the god of darkness, his sworn enemy, had held his wedding, only to be interrupted by Rudra, the god of war, his another enemy. "Damn it!" Andor's hand struck the armrest of his throne in an outburst of anger. As he pondered the motives behind Rudra's actions, the ethereal form of Seraphine materialized before him, her appearance seemingly too coincidental to be unrelated to the events that had transpired. The air in the castle turned icy, and Andor's gaze grew colder, radiating a palpable sense of murderous intent. "What have you done, Seraphine?" Andor's voice reverberated throughout the castle walls, laced with a chilling disdain. "We have done what should have been done long ago, Andor. The barrier has weakened, allowing the Pantheon to send their armies to confront Dagon in his realm of hell, where he holds dominion." Andor's voice resonated with a frigid and merciless tone, tinged with bitter sarcasm and anger towards the Pantheon's perceived foolishness. "Your Skyall army shall face the Hellwalkers in the realm in between, while the Pantheon's forces confront Dagon in hell. Although we had not anticipated Dagon unleashing the graces, it has inadvertently worked in our favor. With the aid of the fallen gods, we can crush the Hell Walkers and eradicate any remaining influence of the Dark Lord in the mortal realm, Seraphine explained. However, as the goddess of information, a sense of unease gnawed at her, for everything seemed unnaturally smooth and advantageous, raising suspicions deep within her. And have you ever questioned why Dagon released the graces, despite knowing the consequences it would bring upon him? Andor's voice grew colder still, his desire to remain seated upon his throne waning as he fought against the urge to obliterate everything in his sight. Do you comprehend why I have not commanded my minions to gather all the seal-bearers and force the Dark Lord to slay them? Did you truly believe that the Dark Lord had not considered the possibility of us amassing the seal-bearers, allowing his own reincarnation to eliminate them and shatter the barrier? Do you believe it to be that simple? Seraphine offered no response as Andor pounded the throne once more before rising to his feet, his anger and frustration simmering beneath the surface. Tell me, Serpine, did you know Rudra was going to crash the wedding and make the Dark Lord kill the 3 seal-bearers on the same time? Andor's question hung in the air, punctuated by a heavy silence that enveloped them. After a brief moment, Seraphine nodded, confirming his suspicion. Yes, she responded softly. Then you doomed yourselves and the Pantheon. Andor's laughter echoed through the chamber, tinged with a mix of anger and frustration. What do you mean? Enough with the secrecy, Andor. If you possess additional knowledge regarding the barrier, you must share it with us, Seraphine growled, her own frustration boiling over from being kept in the dark by Andor. I remain secretive because I know that you and the rest of the Pantheon would only interfere with my plans. However, I never expected you to be so foolish as to seek the assistance of Rudra, a mindless brute, Andor shouted, his voice reverberating through the halls as the castle trembled beneath his fury. He must have orchestrated it all, foreseeing this outcome, Andor muttered, his fists clenched tightly as he brooded upon the god of darkness and his intricate schemes. I established the Sky Hall to serve as his primary adversary, the ultimate nemesis in his life. Prior to your imbecilic revelation of the god's existence, he believed that the Sky Hall was his sole enemy. He would have annihilated them and lived blissfully ignorant of the realm of gods. During that time, we could have sought a permanent means to eliminate him, or better yet, allowed Noah, his own brother, to be his executioner. And if Noah had failed, we could have struck him down when he was weakened. The opportunities were limitless when he believed he had no adversaries. A lion is most vulnerable when its hunger is sated. Andor's voice reverberated with anger as he explained the intricacies of his thwarted plans. The Pantheon and Seraphine had underestimated the god of darkness, and their short-sightedness had ruined everything. In their eyes, Dagon posed the greatest threat, unaware of the imminent danger the god of darkness represented to the Pantheon. But now, he is once again on the prowl. He now knows that there exists a realm beyond mortals, a realm of gods. He is aware of the existence of other gods apart from his own brother. And thanks to Rudra's assault on his wedding, he now sees the gods and the Pantheon as his enemies. If you believe Dagon to be a formidable adversary, think again when the god of darkness aligns himself with Dagon, decimating the Pantheon's army without mercy. Andor's fury grew as he still couldn't fathom the Pantheon's foolishness in revealing themselves and engaging in conflict with the god of darkness. And by slaying the 3 seal-bearers on the same day, you have inadvertently created a breach in the barrier, allowing him to traverse between the realm of gods and retain his immense power, Andor bellowed. Typically, when a mortal attains the celestial stage, they are drawn into the realm of gods and transformed into worshippers, devoid of their own power. The barrier erected by the previous Dark Lord prevented mortals from reaching this stage. However, Andor knew that the previous Dark Lord had orchestrated this to ensure his own reincarnation would be the first to ascend to the celestial stage, exploring the realm of gods and safeguarding mortals from becoming mindless devotees of the pantheon. For centuries, Andor meticulously crafted the facade of the Sky Hall as the arch-nemesis of the current Dark Lord, keeping him blissfully unaware while Andor plotted his revenge in the shadows. He had diligently concealed the existence of the realm of gods from the Dark Lord, but his plan had now crumbled. Through the simultaneous slaying of the three seal-bearers, a fissure in the barrier emerged, preventing the realm of gods from stripping the Dark Lord of his power. A last resort. If the Dark Lord were to discover the realm of gods and embark on a journey driven by curiosity, he would have entered as a humble divine being, void of his powers. However, due to the recent turn of events, he would now step into the realm of gods as a fully fledged god. How do you possess this knowledge? Seraphine inquired, her curiosity piqued. As the goddess of information, even she had limited understanding of the barrier and its intricacies. And yet, Andor, who had been confined to his castle for the past 5 millennia, seemed to have acquired a greater understanding of the barrier than any other god in the pantheon. "I am the fucking god of time and space," Andor declared with emphasis. "For the past 5,000 years, I have devoted every moment to studying the barrier and delving into the mind of the god of darkness." Suddenly, Andor burst into boisterous laughter, a sudden shift from his previous demeanor that caught Seraphine off guard. "Why are you laughing?" Seraphine inquired, perplexed by his sudden change in behavior. "Because now, the Pantheon must work their assess off to find a means to free me from this castle," Andor chuckled, "as I am your only hope in saving the Pantheon from his impending wrath." Chapter 997. Making gods after Andor's initial plan had failed due to the Pantheon's hasty decision-making and their limited knowledge of the god of darkness' true threat, Andor had to resort to his backup plan. It was understandable that the Pantheon underestimated the god of darkness, as they had witnessed firsthand the devastation caused by Dagon, unlike the god of darkness, who had reset the universe before engaging in a full-scale war against the Pantheon. However, as the god of time and space, Andor was well aware of the formidable power possessed by the god of darkness. Back in Sales's castle, she entered a brightly illuminated hall, clutching 2 glass cubes in her hands. These cubes housed radiant orbs of light that emitted a pulsating, immense energy. Carrying the cubes, Salisi proceeded toward the set of glass tubes, where Evan and Alara Valoran lay submerged in a shimmering silver liquid. They were unconscious, connected to various small tubes that extended into their bodies. Outside the glass tubes, a control panel adorned with glowing runes had been constructed. A figure was busy adjusting the tubes and tinkering with the intricate mechanisms, gears, and bolts as Salisi approached Evan and Alara. "How's the progress, Hammond?" Salisi inquired, her gaze fixed on the young man who had been working on the intricate mechanisms. Hammond stood up and turned around, his eyes immediately drawn to the 2 glass cubes in Sales's hands. He instinctively reached out towards the pulsating energy, but Salisi swiftly intervened, preventing him from touching the glass cubes. Hammond snapped out of his daze, appearing stunned. "They are indeed," Salisi confirmed, acknowledging Hammond's unspoken question. However, she restrained him from making contact with the cubes. Hammond seemed taken aback by the realization. "They're prepared, my lady. I just need a few moments to calibrate the energy valves. But I must warn you again, I haven't tested this contraption, and I can't guarantee its functionality," Hammond cautioned. Among the various peculiar inventions he had crafted for Salisi, the energy transfer device was the most hazardous and volatile. It boasted an intricate array of runes and mechanisms, challenging even his brilliant mind to fully comprehend. "It will work, Hammond," Salisi asserted with unwavering confidence. The design of this contraption had been bestowed upon her by a god, and in her experience, the god had never faltered. However, Salisi opted to keep the existence of this deity concealed from her mortal followers. Acknowledging Sales's assurance, Hammond cautiously extended his trembling hands. Finally, Salisi handed him the glass cubes containing 2 graces, one for Evan and another for Alara. Since these graces did not originally belong to Evan and Alara, who were mere mortals, Salisi understood that time and the proper utilization of the contraption were essential for the graces to settle within their mortal vessels. With the Dark Lord banished from the mortal realm, Salisi knew she had all the time necessary to execute her plan. Hammond carefully positioned the 2 glass cubes, each containing a grace, into the hollow spaces on the dashboard adjacent to the tubes where Alara and Evan were submerged. As he gently released his grip, a mesmerizing phenomenon unfolded before their eyes. The contraption, with its intricate mechanisms and glowing runes, seemed to come alive as it eagerly embraced the presence of the graces. With a soft whir, the contraption activated, and the hollow spaces magnetically drew in the glass cubes. The valves on the contraption's surface lit up in a symphony of vibrant colors, resembling a celestial dance. Liquids of various hues and viscosities gracefully flowed through the interconnected tubes, converging into the heart of the contraption. Soon, a golden liquid, shimmering like liquid sunlight, coursed through the tubes attached to Evan and Alara, delicately entering their unconscious bodies. It was a sight of otherworldly beauty as the golden liquid traveled through the intricate network of tubes, following its predetermined path with precision. The flow of life-giving energy slowly awakened dormant parts of their beings, infusing them with the essence of the graces. Hammond suppressed his fears and nodded in agreement. There was no turning back now. The fate of Evan, Alara, and their realm rested in the delicate balance of the contraption's intricate dance. The contraption itself seemed alive with energy, flickering and humming in synchrony with the life force coursing through its veins. Sparks danced around the intricate machinery, casting an ethereal glow in the room. It was a testament to the raw power harnessed within the contraption, a fusion of mortal ingenuity and divine guidance. Hammond, witnessing the extraordinary display before him, couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension. The sheer complexity and untested nature of the contraption raised concerns within him, questioning whether they should proceed. He hesitated, his gaze shifting between the flickering contraption and Salisi, who stood nearby. "Perhaps we should reconsider, my lady." Hammond finally voiced his concerns, his voice tinged with worry. "This contraption is untested, and the risks." Salisi, however, exuded an unwavering calmness and confidence. She understood the magnitude of their endeavor and the consequences of failure. With a serene expression, she interrupted Hammond's doubts. "Hammond, we have come too far to turn back now. Trust in the design bestowed upon us. The graces must find their rightful vessels, and this is our only chance to ensure the salvation of our realm," Salisi responded, her voice resolute and filled with conviction. As Salisi observed the graceful integration of the graces into Evan and Alara, her mind drifted back to her humble origins in the realm of gods. In those days, the belief was that gods were born, not created. However, with the success of this contraption, she realized she held the power to transform any mortal into a god who would serve under her command. It was a moment of triumphant realization, making her feel like a true mastermind orchestrating the destiny of others. Yet, she couldn't ignore the pressing need to protect this contraption from the clutches of the Dark Lord. If he were to discover its existence, there would be no limit to his ability to elevate his already powerful and devoted followers into gods. Salisi understood the urgency of safeguarding this knowledge and technology, vowing to do whatever it took to keep it hidden from the Dark Lord's reach. However, Salisi and Andor remained oblivious to the true depth of the previous Dark Lord's cunning and the intricate nature of his grand schemes. Little did they know that his plan to unleash the graces through Dagon's actions was just the beginning, a carefully calculated move designed to set in motion a series of events that would forever alter the course of their lives. As the graces were released, It seemed as if everything was going according to plan for those who opposed the Dark Lord. They believed it to be a stroke of fortune in their favor. However, unbeknownst to them, this was all part of the Dark Lord's master plan, a carefully crafted web of manipulation that would lead to his ultimate triumph. Now, a new player had emerged onto the stage, the current Michael. He possessed plans that surpassed even those of the previous Dark Lord. With unwavering determination, Michael set his sights on achieving unparalleled power, vying to become the most formidable god ever known. His ambitions soared higher than any before him, fueling his relentless pursuit of dominance. Salisi and Andor, engrossed in their own endeavors, were unaware of the intricate tapestry woven by the previous Dark Lord. Little did they suspect the magnitude of the challenges that lay ahead or the cunning brilliance of the mastermind orchestrating it all. As the radiant golden grace gradually permeated the bodies of Evan and Alara, an intense tremor engulfed them within the glass tubes. Violent quivering shook their forms, causing an eruption of sparks from the contraption and flickering lights that danced around the room. Unforeseen gusts of wind materialized, creating a miniature storm that whipped through the hall. Hammond's voice rose in panic amidst the chaos. "My lady, this isn't going well. They might perish," Hammond exclaimed, shielding his face from the fiery sparks with a trembling hand. While Hammond recoiled from the powerful gusts, Salisi stood firm, unaffected by the forceful winds, her eyes fixed upon the Grace's ethereal progression into Evan and Alara. Unlike Hammond, she sensed the immense power radiating from within them, a testament to the Grace's successful integration. "Hammond, we are not simply baking cookies," Salisi replied calmly, her voice cutting through the tempestuous air. "We are making gods." A slight tremor and tempestuous storm are to be anticipated in such extraordinary endeavors. As the hall continued to tremble with increasing violence, a sudden darkness shrouded the space, enveloping it in an eerie stillness. Yet, amidst the obscurity, a soft golden glow emanated from the bodies of Alara and Evan. It gradually intensified, piercing through the darkness like a beacon of celestial light. In that radiant illumination, their eyes slowly opened, revealing an otherworldly azure hue that seemed to emit its own luminosity. The harmonious resonance of a gentle hum reverberated from their bodies, resonating through the chamber. It was a sound that whispered of newfound power and divinity. Then, as if guided by an invisible force, the glass tubes that had contained them shattered into countless shards. Alara and Evan, now transformed into gods, hovered effortlessly in the air, liberated from the confines of mortal restraints. With a serene and commanding presence, they advanced forward, their movements grace personified. The hall, which had once trembled with chaos, now stood in awe of their ethereal forms. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as the pantheon witnessed the birth of two new deities, their very existence altering the course of destiny. A few moments later, the chandeliers flickered back to life, bathing the room in their warm glow. The hall gradually returned to its familiar state, but Hammond's eyes remained widened with astonishment. He didn't even notice the tiny cuts on his face, the remnants of the shattered glass tube that had grazed him. All of his attention was fixed on Evan and Alara, who had gently descended to the ground, their newfound power palpable in the air. Salisi turned to them, her gaze filled with curiosity and satisfaction. "How do you two feel?" she asked, eager to hear their impressions. Evan, still trying to make sense of the transformation he had undergone, voiced his confusion. "What is this power?" he inquired. His memories were hazy, recalling Sales's promise of granting him new abilities and urging him to step into the tube filled with shimmering liquid. After entering the tube, darkness had swallowed him, and his consciousness faded away. Now, as he awakened, he felt a profound change coursing through his being, a power unlike anything he had ever experienced before. While Evan sought answers from Salisi, Hammond discreetly observed their cultivation levels, hoping to gauge the extent of their newfound abilities. Yet, to his shock, the power radiating from them defied all comprehension. The energy that enveloped Evan and Alara surpassed any mortal cultivation he had ever witnessed. The graces infused within their bodies had shattered the limitations of mortal potential, propelling them into the realm of fledgling gods. Although they had yet to unlock the depths of their inner powers like the enigmatic Dark Lord, given time and Celsus' guidance, they possessed the potential to become the very gods that Celisi had envisioned. "You both should rest now. You've been through a lot, and we have much to accomplish," Celisi advised, concern evident in her voice. Although Celisi felt a surge of delight at gaining another advantage over the Dark Lord, she remained vigilant. She understood the gravity of the situation and refused to underestimate her formidable adversary. At any given moment, the Dark Lord could seize the opportunity to turn the tables on her. Celisi was well aware that underestimating him could lead to dire consequences, even risking her own life. Therefore, she was determined to stay cautious and prepared for any challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 998, Seed of Darkness. Back on Idanes, Michael and Gaia soared through the expansive blue sky, their wings carrying them gracefully above the lush and vibrant forest below. Despite the breathtaking scenery surrounding them, Michael remained lost in his own thoughts, his mind consumed by plans and strategies to confront the gods. Not a word escaped his lips as he delved deeper into his contemplations, focused on the daunting task that lay ahead. After flying for nearly 3 hours, a majestic mountain came into view on the horizon. Its towering peaks seemed to kiss the heavens, casting shadows over the land below. As Michael and Gaia drew closer, they noticed the presence of an outpost nestled upon the mountain's rugged slopes. The Skyhall soldiers had established this formidable fortress, complete with towering structures, imposing metal gates, and vigilant soldiers clad in gleaming armor patrolling its premises. As Michael and Gaia approached the outpost, the aftermath of its establishment became apparent. The once vibrant and flourishing forest surrounding the outpost had been mercilessly destroyed, reduced to a desolate expanse of ashen ground. The stark contrast between the lifeless, charred earth and the edge of the forest, still adorned with its array of colors, was a sobering sight. Even from above, Michael and Gaia could feel the residual heat radiating from the scorched ground. The flames set by the Skyhall soldiers to clear the area and secure their outpost had left an indelible mark on the landscape. The scent of smoke lingered in the air, a reminder of the destruction that had taken place. As Michael and Gaia hovered in the sky, Michael's piercing gaze fixated on the outpost sprawled before him. The outpost resembled a formidable fortress, strategically positioned at the base of the tall mountain. Its towering structures, constructed with sturdy stone and reinforced with metal, stood as a testament to the Skyhall soldiers' determination to maintain their hold on this territory. From his vantage point, Michael discerned the complex layout of the outpost. The main entrance, guarded by a pair of massive metal gates, served as the primary access point. The gates were flanked by watchtowers, providing an elevated view of the surroundings. He noticed the patrolling soldiers, clad in gleaming metal armor, marching along designated routes, their disciplined footsteps echoing through the outpost. The perimeter of the fortress was encircled by a tall stone wall, punctuated by arrow slits and battlements, offering the defenders a strategic advantage. Michael's keen eyes scanned the wall, searching for any weak points or vulnerabilities that could be exploited. He noted a section where the stones seemed weathered, a potential target for breaching the defenses. Within the outpost, Michael estimated a considerable number of soldiers, their presence indicated by the bustling activity and occasional clanking of armor. The outpost was a well-guarded stronghold, a testament to the Skyhall soldiers' readiness to protect their position against any opposing force. Michael mentally mapped out the outpost, committing its structure and layout to memory. He knew that any attempt to infiltrate and confront the Skyhall soldiers would require careful planning and precise execution. These idiots appear to be complacent and unaware, Michael. We have the advantage of surprise on our side. Let's storm the shit out this outpost, Gaia suggested, her anger still simmering from the recent wedding chaos caused by Rudra. The Skyhall soldiers seemed like the perfect outlet for her pent-up frustration. However, Michael opted for a more measured approach. Just give me a moment, Michael calmly replied, conjuring a pair of drones from his storage system with a swift motion of his hand. He commanded the drones to hover discreetly above the outpost, scanning the area for additional information beyond the soldiers' sight. He also wanted to eavesdrop on the conversations among the soldiers gathered around a campfire within the outpost. While it would have been easy for Michael to obliterate the outpost simply, his primary objective was to acquire the Seed of Darkness, an enigmatic object or source of energy whose nature remained unknown to him. He needed to gather as much information as possible about the outpost and the knowledge possessed by the Skyhall soldiers before launching an attack. As an experienced hitman, Michael understood the paramount importance of preparation and acquiring even the smallest morsel of information to ensure the success of his mission. With the drones buzzing and soaring through the sky, Michael and Gaia focused intently on their earpieces, listening to the audio transmitted from the drones. As Michael and Gaia listened attentively to the transmitted audio from the drones, the soldiers' conversation around the campfire unfolded before them. I can't stand this world anymore. It's so boring, one soldier grumbled, a hint of nostalgia evident in his voice. I miss the comforts of home, the warmth of a woman's touch. Another soldier chimed in, Would elven women, they have a certain charm about them, don't they? Those ethereal features and grace. I quite like them. A soldier scoffed. You must be joking. Would elven women are overrated. Give me a strong dwarven lass any day. Amid their banter, another soldier interjected, Enough with your romantic escapades. Have you heard anything about the equipment needed to break down that black door in the cave? The Skyhall is taking ages to send it. Who knows? They're probably too busy counting their riches. Another soldier replied, frustration evident in his voice. But seriously, what kind of metal is that door made of? I've never seen anything like it. A gruff voice cut through the conversation, asserting, Our job is to safeguard the cave, not question the orders. The Skyhall knows what they're doing. True, another soldier chimed in. Those Wood Elves are no match for us anyway. Their primitive bows and arrows won't even scratch our armor. It's laughable, really. Laughter erupted among the soldiers as they dismissed the threat posed by the Wood Elves. They reveled in their perceived superiority, oblivious to the impending storm that Michael and Gaia would unleash upon them. As Michael listened to the soldiers' conversation, a realization dawned upon him. The black door they spoke of, with its mysterious composition and the Skyhall's delay in providing the necessary equipment to breach it, seemed to align with the possible location of the Seed of Darkness. A surge of excitement coursed through him, knowing that he was one step closer to achieving his goal. Turning to Gaia, he spoke in hushed tones, We have a valuable piece of information. That black door they mentioned might be guarding what I want. We need to be patient and strike under the cover of darkness when they least expect it. Gaia nodded in agreement, understanding the strategic advantage of waiting for the right moment. Together, they planned to unleash their assault when the nightfall cloaked their movements and the soldiers would be caught off guard. While Michael and Gaia formulated their plan, the drones continued their reconnaissance. As they scanned the surroundings, one drone came across a tent where several soldiers, not wearing their heavy armor, were busily preparing food for the upcoming dinner. Michael's lips curled into a devilish smile as he plotted a devious scheme. Look, Gaia, he whispered, his eyes gleaming with mischief. We have an opportunity to give these soldiers a special treat. With calculated precision, Michael maneuvered the drone closer to the tent, capturing footage of the soldiers handling the ingredients and preparing the meals. His mind whirred with thoughts of infusing the food with a subtle poison, a method to weaken their ranks before their ultimate assault. The information they gathered would serve a dual purpose. Not only would it provide crucial intelligence about the outpost, but it would also facilitate Michael's plan to incapacitate the soldiers without expending unnecessary energy or risking their own safety. The realization that Aidonis lacked the arch energy or celestial energy he needed to fuel his cultivation power prompted Michael to conserve his limited resources, particularly his precious arch energy crystals. He knew that every decision had to be strategic, and his new plan offered a means to achieve their objectives with minimal confrontation. Descending gracefully through the dense forest canopy, Michael landed gracefully on a sturdy branch of a towering tree, positioning himself and Gaia to observe the outpost from a vantage point. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the drones back to his side, their mission of reconnaissance complete. "I can see what you are up to, but I still want to storm the outpost and kill them with my own hands." Gaia expressed her desire to storm the outpost and engage in direct combat, her fiery spirit eager for action. However, Michael remained resolute, his calm demeanor reflecting his calculated approach. "The best fight is one we win without raising our fists," he responded, his voice steady and assured. He knew that leveraging their advantage and avoiding unnecessary conflict would maximize their chances of success. As the drones returned, Michael deftly retrieved colorless vials from his system storage. Tapping the drone's undersides, he revealed a hidden compartment large enough to accommodate each vial. Placing the vials inside, he sealed the compartments with practiced ease. With the vials securely in place, the two drones resumed their flight towards the outpost. However, Michael knew that getting close enough to poison the boiling porridge cauldron undetected would be a challenge. He needed a distraction, and fortunately, his wife possessed a talent for creating chaotic diversions. "Honey, if you may," Michael playfully requested, fully aware that using the endearment would elicit a response from Gaia. As expected, she rolled her eyes and playfully punched him on the shoulder. Even in the midst of their mission, Michael took joy in teasing her and making her angry. "That sounds so cringe. I want to throw up," Gaia quipped, summoning her long bow into her hand with a swift motion. Knocking an explosive arrow onto her bowstring, she took aim at a tent situated a distance away from the food preparation area. Her intention was to create an explosion that would draw the attention of the soldiers, prompting them to rush outside to investigate. With a steadying breath, Gaia focused her aim and released the arrow. The explosive projectile soared through the air, covering a distance of at least 400 meters before finding its mark on the targeted tent. In an instant, the arrow detonated with a resounding blast, unleashing chaos within the outpost's confines. The sudden explosion jolted the soldiers inside the food preparation tent, startling them from their tasks. They hurriedly abandoned their work, rushing outside to assess the situation. The commotion spread like wildfire, causing a ripple of shock and tension among the other soldiers stationed within the outpost. "What the hell was that?" exclaimed a burly soldier with a thick beard, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. "I don't know, but we need to find out," responded a wiry soldier, gripping his spear tightly as he joined the others in investigating the source of the explosion. As the soldiers anxiously dispersed, their attention fixated on the aftermath of the blast, Michael seized the opportunity. Swiftly maneuvering the drones, he expertly controlled their movements, guiding them toward the various food stations scattered around the outpost. With each drone equipped to spray the poison from the concealed vials, Michael directed them to contaminate every dish, including the large cauldron of porridge bubbling over an open flame. "Let's make sure they all get a taste of our little surprise," Michael muttered, his voice filled with devious satisfaction. The drones moved swiftly and efficiently, their poison-laden sprays coating the meals, unseen by the soldiers preoccupied with the explosion. Just as quickly as they had arrived, the drones retreated into the sky, disappearing from sight before anyone could spot them. From their vantage point in the trees, Michael and Gaia observed the chaos unfolding within the outpost, the soldiers now oblivious to the impending threat lurking within their food. Michael's lips curled into a satisfied smirk, knowing that their plan was well underway. They won't even know what hit them, he whispered to Gaia, his voice laced with a mix of anticipation and triumph. When the darkness covered the world and night fell, Michael and Gaia soared through the air toward the outpost. As they descended upon the scene, a horrifying sight greeted their eyes. The soldiers, once bustling with life, now lay sprawled across the ground, their bodies racked with pain and suffering. Some soldiers coughed violently, spewing blood from their mouths, while others remained motionless, their life forces extinguished. The once proud and formidable warriors now appeared frail and broken, their faces contorted with agony, marked by veins pulsating an ominous shade of purple. The air itself seemed tainted, heavy with the metallic scent of blood and the haunting symphony of groans and retching. The poison had taken its toll, its effects lingering long enough to ensure that each soldier had consumed the tainted food. It was a slow and agonizing demise, affording them no respite from their torment. Their groans echoed through the night, accompanied by the haunting symphony of coughs and the sickening splatter of blood. Theta, Michael, and Gaia observed the grim aftermath, their expressions a mix of morbid fascination and detachment. The scene before them was a testament to their meticulous planning, a reminder of the lengths they were willing to go to achieve their goal. "They got what they deserve," Michael muttered, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of suffering. As the night stretched on, the groans grew fainter, replaced by an eerie silence. The last vestiges of life slipped away, leaving only the stillness of death in its wake. The once bustling outpost now stood as a grim testament to their victory, a reminder of the power they wielded. Michael's gaze shifted towards the gaping maw of a nearby cave, a foreboding darkness that beckoned to him. He could sense that within its depths lay the answers he sought, the black door and the seed of darkness. Determination burned within him as he took a step closer, ready to embark on the next phase of his perilous journey. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.